Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of full council. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and the recording will be made available on the council website for public listening. Could I remind councillors to follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you are not addressing the meeting, writing S or speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute rather than raising your hand. If you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Those in the room without access to Microsoft Teams chat, if you wish to speak, please catch the attention of Nick Evans, who will enter into the chat. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any vote will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams meeting chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting, so we can keep track on whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. Members may notice that when calling members to speak, I will refer to them formally using their title of councillor, so that it is clear who are councillors and who, by the process of elimination, are officers. We have scheduled a break for lunch around 1 p.m, which will be assessed as we proceed through the agenda. I intend calling regular comfort breaks throughout the agenda. Given the large number of items we have on the agenda today, I would seek members' cooperation in asking their question, waiting for an answer, and confirming if they are happy with the response without introducing supplementary questions. This will allow us to move in an efficient manner. Before we move to the start of the agenda, we have an excellent achievement to celebrate. Dumfries and Galloway Council has won a COSLA Local Government Excellence Award in the category of strengthening communities and local democracy. This award recognises our programme of community asset transfers that has been delivered over the last 7 years. This work has supported community groups to fulfil their great ideas for former council buildings and land, agreeing 47 community asset transfers and leveraging £27 million of external investment to our region. The Community Asset Transfer Team that sits within Thriving Communities received the award from Jane O'Donnell, Chief Executive of COSLA, at the awards ceremony on 19th September. We're all very proud of the council team, our partners and our communities whose great work has achieved this wonderful result. I'd like to offer our congratulations to all that were involved. Now going to move to the tabled agenda. First, we have settlement apologies and Chair's approval of members' remote participation. Vlad, can you provide the settlement and any apologies, please?
Thank you, Convener, and good morning, members. I can confirm we have 43 members present, 36 members present at Council HQ and 7 members present on MS Teams.
Thank you, and I confirm my agreement to the participation of those members recorded as participating remotely. Declarations of interest. Do any members have a declaration of interest or statement of connection they wish to make? Councillor Ian Crothers.
Thanks very much, Chair. It's in regards to item 5, which is right care, right place item. Because that piece of work's come in front of us, the consultation, so the Integration Joint Board does its working in regards to that through the Transformation, Innovation and Futures Committee. I chair that and I'm a member of it. So therefore, in order to be quite open and transparent in regards to that, I will remove myself from the meeting at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crothers. Councillor Chrissy Hill.
Thank you, Convener. I have 2 things. One is a declaration of interest, because I sit on the IJB like Councillor Carruthers. And secondly, I'd like to do a special mention, if that's okay.
No, it's not, actually.
Okay, that's fine, thanks.
Councillor John Campbell.
Thanks. Good morning, Convener. Item 19, Statement of Connection, as my role as Chair of Swistrans, is mentioned in the report.
Thank you. Councillor Andy McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can I just seek clarification, firstly, that a statement of interest is where you have to require yourself to remove from the meeting. But as a council, we appoint members to external bodies such as the IJB, and I believe that we got clarification on that, that it should just be a statement of connection rather than a statement of interest.
Thank you. Vlad, do you want to give us some help with that?
Thank you, Convener. I'll probably start with is up to each member to decide in terms of the code of conduct and the guidance whether you wish to declare a connection and remain in the room or whether you wish to declare an interest because of the significance of it. And that's up to each single member, and there's not necessarily a complete right and wrong that I can give at this point in time. So it is for members to decide whether, in essence, the discussion and decision making that you might have today in any way prejudges what your role is elsewhere. That's for each member to decide that particular point.
Councillor Crothers.
Just to come in at the same point, just to be a little bit more explicit in regards to my reasons for it, and so the chair of the IGB can understand that. I feel very strongly, because I'm on the Transformation, Innovation and Futures Committee, that does the work in regards to that. Council will form a position today, one way or another, in regards to what its view is and the way forward is. So that's why, because of the bulk of that work comes back to that committee, then goes up to the Integration Joint Board, that's why I'll leave the meeting. I don't want to be seen in the public, from the public view's point of view, that I have predetermined it in any way by taking part of the decision making of this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, on that basis, I will declare an interest and also leave the debate. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dorward.
Good morning, Convener. Thank you. Good morning, members. Good morning, staff. Statement of connection to items 5 and 6. I've recently joined the IGB. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, just a statement of connection on agenda item 5. I sat on the IGB when this was starting to come through, but I no longer sit on the IGB. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jordan.
Thank you. Sorry, that one's not working. Yes, thank you. I also, like Councillor Dorward, am a substitute for the IJB, so just a statement of connection. Thank you.
Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning, members. I want to declare a statement of connection in regards to item 4 and item 8 in regards to my COSLA Resources spokesperson. I'm a spokesperson, so it's just a connection rather than an interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, members. Good morning, staff. I'd just like to declare an interest in item 10 because my husband and I run a catering and bars business, so I will be leaving the room for that item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dempster.
Morning, Convener. Morning, member. Statement of connection, agenda item 19. I'm a board member in Swiss Trans.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Good morning, Chair. A statement of connection as well here in terms of the IGB currently as a substitute member, but in a previous iteration of that board, I was actually the chair when this item 5 was first mooted. But I'm still going to sit in because we fought long and hard to make sure that members of the IGB could actually take part in the debate in this chamber and still represent at the IGB. It's two separate tasks, and for one, I'm able to separate them out in my mind what I'm actually doing here today. I'm doing it as a councillor, not as an IGB member.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Convener. Statement of connection to item 14, the motion. Because I was a candidate in that election, I don't think there's any reason why I shouldn't partake in discussions, but probably more reason.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. It's just to declare an interest in item 19, sitting on the board of Swiss Trans. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Karen Carruthers.
Morning, Chair, morning all. Again, it's just a statement of connection. I'm a substitute member for the IJB.
Thank you. I don't think I can ever remember so many statements of connection or declaration of interest. Councillor McGregor.
Yeah, item 5, substitute member on the IJB statement of connection.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item 3. Can we approve the minutes of the meeting held on 27th of June 2024? Sorry, Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much, Chair. I refer to 21.2, page 18. I'm happy with what's here, but what's been noted there, but I would ask that the action tracker that sets out the decisions of this council and how we go is actually made clear of what that discussion was that day and what was agreed by the director and her team. So if we could update the action tracker to actually reflect fully what the discussion actually was about.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. So you're happy with the minute as it stands, but you want the action tracker to clearly show what decision was taken and what was going to happen?
Well, if I remember correctly at the time, and I haven't listened to it back, but I think we actually said we needed it recorded that the senior officers involved had agreed, right, to take forward a number of suggestions, and all I'm asking is that a few extra words could be added to the minute just to say, and the action tracker has been updated accordingly. And then update the action tracker just to show that, and I'd be happy with that.
Thank you. I have absolutely no problem with that. Is everyone else in agreement with that, Councillor Carruthers?
Got no issues with that whatsoever. The only thing is, if there's been an amended change to the minute, if that wording isn't here now, I would advise that we'd suspend that and put it to the next full council for full agreement with that change in wording. I think that would be the right thing to do.
Thank you, Convener. Through yourself, I think we can amend if members are happy just now in terms of the action trackers to reflect the wording as discussed at the meeting, and we'll go away and do that as officers. So obviously that will be actioned as soon as members agree it.
Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Convener. Happy to go with what's been proposed there, but just on the general point of the action tracker or decision tracker, I think probably members would welcome anything that's already happened in a public meeting and captured as an action. There's really no reason not to share that or make that available to elected members, so I'd welcome if that could be done as practice rather than having to request it after every meeting, depending on who's there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I do agree with you.
Thank you. Through yourself, Convener. Yes, absolutely. So the new process for the action tracker has been through the leaders panel, hopefully, and also Business Bureau, and we'll start publishing that for elected members to have full access to the whole tracker.
Thank you. So we now move on to item 4. Council Budget Consultation Mandate Report approved by Chief Executive Director Enabling and Customer Services. In accordance with the agreed budget process and timetable, this report asks members to agree the consultation mandate for the Council Budget 2025 to 2026 and future years. Lorna Meehan, Executive Director Enabling and Customer Services, and Scott McMeekin, Ward Worker, are here to assist members with any questions on this report. Can I have members' questions and contributions, please? Councillor Marshall.
Sorry, that's one. Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's really just to welcome this report. It was a Labour group that suggested that we go back to what used to happen a few years ago at a budget panel meeting. We put forward that we did feel there needs to be more consultation. And this is an extensive programme of consultation, and welcome that. I think it gives the opportunity to the public not only to feed into the budget, but also to understand the challenges that the council faces in regard to setting a budget, and also gives them the opportunity to see where that budget is spent. The only one thing I would ask is that in I think December, we're reporting back to full council the consultation, feedback. I'm just wondering, does that give the groups time to maybe develop templates based on some of the feedback from that?
Thanks, Convener. Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, so the summary that will be provided back to councillors in December will be from the programme that's there, but we will also bring back further reports in February that will also cover some of those templates that members will bring forward. So over the course of December to February, members will receive feedback.
Thank you. Are you happy with that, Councillor Marshall? Thank you. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, I think it's really important that we have this before us today, absolutely. And certainly when I was Vice Chair of the then Finance and Procurement Committee, we did have a really good budget engagement. I think the consultation we did then was really clear, and we actually, rather than sitting in halls waiting for people to come to us, we actually went out to our communities. So, for example, I can recall going to the Merrick Leisure Centre where swimming lessons were being taken place, and actually officers were there, engaging directly with communities. So I hope that that good practice can continue with this consultation mandate. Just to take it back a step, it would be useful to know what we're consulting on. Now, clearly it's the budget. However, I know last year, on the 29th of August, we had the development of the medium-term financial strategy was presented to the then committee. We've got a new committee structure, and we obviously met on the 17th of September, but there was nothing in that paper with the development of the medium-term financial strategy. We've got the next committee on the 19th of November for that committee, and we've got full council on the 12th of December. But there's nothing in the forward plan on the development of the medium-term financial strategy. So it's great that we're going out to consult, but where's the detail on what we're actually consulting on? Because in previous years, we've actually had some headline figures on what we're working with. And as far as I can tell, that's not been presented as yet. So I'm just wondering when we'll get that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Lorna, could you help with that?
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Hagman. So, as per the agreed budget process timetable, we'll be consulting on officer-led options, so options prepared by officers, and members will receive that well in advance of the public consultation as well. And we've been keeping Budget Panel updated on that, and we'll keep all members updated through October, so information will flow to members. The medium-term financial strategy stands as it has been updated earlier this year. The Chief Financial Officer will bring an update to the medium-term financial strategy towards the end of this year, potentially, but that will depend on the information that flows from UK and Scottish Government. We understand that the UK Government budget announcements will be at the end of October. Scottish budget announcements will be early December. But the local government finance settlement will follow separately in detail. So really at this point in time we have the current projections and will be dependent on how those are updated and changed by both governments in setting their budgets for future years. So we will bring that to members as soon as possible and that is in the schedule, but the timeline for that is dependent on obviously both governments.
Thank you. Is that helpful, Councillor Hagman?
It is. It would be useful to have it in the forward plan just so that we know when we're going to be getting that coming to committee. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Convener. It's just a wee question on page 72 with regards to the stakeholder survey. I'm just wondering if we can get sight of that prior to the consultation going live, please. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to come in?
Thanks, Convener. Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, so we'll be working on the survey questions up until the launch date. It wouldn't normally be practice, certainly for us to share for comment, but more than happy to share in advance of it going out to the public with members.
Thank you. Councillor Hislop.
Chair, it's on page 71, first line of the sort of mandate after Dumfries and Galloway Council. How are we going to ensure that people who might be experiencing poverty and inequalities voice will be heard. They usually struggle to have the equipment, IT equipment possibly, to actually access online surveys. We want to hear from everybody, so how are we going to ensure that actually happens? And how will we identify what they've said if we especially want to hear from them? Because if we especially want to hear from them, that would suggest that that will be a different category. So will there be a box that you can tick that says, I feel I'm in poverty, or I'm suffering from inequalities? Because how are we going to identify if they are? Because if I tick that box, it sort of doesn't do the thing very good, because I don't consider I'm in poverty by the size of me. And I'm the sort of standard, what is it, middle-aged gentleman in a grey suit today. So inequalities doesn't usually apply to me, because it seems to be different ideas of that.
Yes, you do look rather prosperous, Councillor Hislop, if you don't mind me saying. Scott, can you help with that?
Thanks, Convener. Thanks, Councillor. Yes, so this has been a key consideration for us. There are a number of ways that we're going to try and tackle that. One of those is through the focus groups. So the focus groups will include people with lived experience of poverty, and we'll be able to report back from them on some of the consultation content. We're also this time introducing a series of digital assistance sessions across the region, which will encourage those without access to a device or without access to broadband at home to still engage in the content, which we think will certainly improve returns from people that are experiencing poverty. And we will make sure that the survey also covers that as well. You know, it will certainly ask equalities questions, so we can report that back to members.
Thank you. That sounds quite encouraging for future surveys as well, if we're going out and doing that work to help people to get online or do whatever. Councillor Ingalls.
Morning, thanks, Convener. Page 72 under Community Conversations. I'm just wondering whether third sector organisations should be included there, or whether that's possible.
Thank you. Scott.
So absolutely, third sector organisations can attend community conversations, and we'll certainly be encouraging that through our distribution of the information. We'll be going out through the likes of third sector D&G to make sure that the information goes out, and we would encourage certainly interaction at that stage at the community conversations.
Yeah, it specifically mentions community councils and parent councils there. I'm just wondering whether third sector organisations should be identified as another category under that.
Thank you, Lorna.
I mean, part of the distribution through stakeholders, through community planning and third sector, are obviously a key supporter of that in community planning. So we'll look at how we make sure that is support them to distribute it as well to third sector groups across their network as well, Councillor Ingalls. So certainly take that on board and make sure we make sure we reach people properly.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions or comment? No. I'll just move to the recommendations. 2, members are asked to agree the consultation mandate for the Council Budget 2025-2026 and future years in the appendix. We're happy to agree? Thank you. Item 5, Right Care, Right Place, report by Service Director, Social Work Services. This report asks members to consider the proposed response from Dumfries and Galloway Council on Integration Joint Board's consultation on the future of suspended inpatient services in cottage hospitals in the region. Stephen Morgan, Service Director, Social Work Services, is here to assist members with any questions on this report. Can I have members' questions and contributions, please? Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you very much, Stephen and Rebecca, for the report. As Chair of Social Work Committee, I'd like members to consider the following response to the IJB and the Health and Social Care Partnership on the Right Care, Right Place consultation within the 4 cottage hospitals, which of course some of us attended in person to listen to our constituents' views. We all know that this is an emotive and extremely important issue for our constituents, and there are a wide variety of viewpoints. Whilst what I think we can agree on is that our rural communities are clearly telling us they want local support and some level of bed-based care in the 4 cottage hospitals, which was hugely evident at the Right Care, Right Place consultations in questions 35 to 37 via the various community action groups and the feedback from doctors and local health providers. I do understand that the advice from our Chief Social Work Officer is that the hospitals should possibly not reopen as hospitals, but that they could potentially be suitably repurposed regarding the bed base to bolster social care responses. Since the creation of the NHS, we all know that social care is beyond stretched, and we need more bed-based intermediate care across all of our rural constituencies. Whilst utilising repurposed beds will not solve the problem, it would offer us a move in the right direction and could alleviate some, if not all, of the bed blocking, step-down care, palliative, end-of-life care and respite care crisis we are currently facing. With regards to the positive ideas presented by the Social Work Directorate on page 6, item 4.12, for alternative practices such as community villages, etc., we need to bear in mind that the fiscal position locally and for the rest of the country is such that the Scottish Government and the Council do not have the resources to make immediate improvements at present. So, in the meantime, we must be ambitious and support our citizens. The NHS 2018 population projections suggest that our ageing population is forecast to increase by 58%, and the number of working people living in the area will decrease by 13% by 2043. To try to meet the demand of the IJB, hope that as an alternative measure, 31 care home beds might be commissioned, but at the last IJ meeting, unfortunately, currently only 25 of the 31 have been sourced at present, which in itself is concerning, never mind going forward with the threat of more care homes closing in the future. To this end, I'm taking on board the feedback from the consultations which we attended and from medical professionals in meetings. I'd like to propose an amendment to 2.2, and I'd also like to move that we agree to add 2.3 to the recommendations as follows. 2.2. Consider and agree the response from the local authority to each option within the paper, giving consideration to the proposed option 7, which has not been included in the paper, but it is included within the consultation documents. 2.3, that subject to agreement in committee, the Council do not support any of the 6 options which have been consulted on, but include full Council's support for the blended option, which is option 7, and what we are hearing at the consultations. This is preferred by local communities as indicated at the consultation events and supported by local doctors and staff, which would see a minimum of 2 palliative end-of-care life beds and 2 respite care beds reintroduced into the 4 cottage hospitals currently closed for bed-based care, alongside some community services. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marsh. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Convener. I am happy to second Councillor Drysdale's proposal to agree 2.2 and to add an extra recommendation at 2.3. Just as the current chair of the IGB pointed out in his now infamous Border TV interview on maternity services in Stranraer, I too live in the real world. I am acutely aware of the challenges that are faced by the Health and Social Care Partnership within Dumfries and Galloway, be it the lack of available care home beds, unmet social care need, or the enormous financial challenge of needing to make £18 million of savings in this financial year. Thus, it is imperative that as councillors in rural and remote areas, we continue to listen and understand the complex needs of our constituents when it comes to care, particularly end-of-life care, especially given the numbers as our ageing population continues to rise. I believe that in agreeing Councillor Drysdale's recommendation, which would see the blended option 7 being the preferred council option, which would include at least 2 palliative end-of-life care beds and at least 2 respite care beds being reintroduced at the 4 cottage hospitals in question, we as a council will be taking an approach that would best meet the healthcare needs of our local population, where these end-of-life care needs cannot be met at home. We already know we are unable to achieve the current IJB target of 31 flexible intermediate care beds within care home settings. We already know that the demand for more of these flexible intermediate care beds is going to rise dramatically in the next 10 to 15 years. We are all in agreement that a different model of care needs to be developed, with alternative long-term solutions like care villages needing to be fully explored. But these are just that, long-term ideas, and many years away from coming into fruition. So, in the interim, let's make the best use of the assets that we have at our disposal. The 4 cottage hospital buildings are here now. They are open. The buildings are being used on a daily basis as a base for the home care teams. It states in this report today that it would be difficult and costly to return staff to a hospital setting, but it does not state it is entirely impossible. So, let's really listen to the views of our communities, whose wants and needs are crystal clear on this matter, and repurpose the 4 cottage hospitals and the staff within them to do exactly as the IJB have stated, and bring a flexible approach to bed-based intermediate care, helping to meet the variety of need right in the heart of our local communities, and agree Councillor Drysdale's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh. Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Thank you, Convener. I would like to fully support Councillor Drysdale's motion to include the option 7. As some members will know, I've been supporting the Save Kirkcudbright Hospital group, and publicly there's been a huge response to the Right Care, Right Place consultation in support of keeping the hospital open. But the game changer for me was, and I believe that the option 7, which was laterally included in the consultation, had its genesis in the response of GPs in Newton Stewart and Kirkcudbright. And I think we have to listen to what they have to say, because they are the people and the professionals that are in touch with what the local communities need in terms of local healthcare. So thanking Councillor Drysdale for bringing forward this motion, and I fully support it.
Thank you. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, a lot's been said, so there's not much for me to say, but I do support the option 7 that's been proposed by Councillor Drysdale there. I think what is important here is that the voices of the people are not only listened to, but they are heard. And it didn't feel like that in terms of the maternity services in Stranraer at the Galloway Community Hospital. Now is the opportunity for the IJB to redeem itself and listen to what the people are saying, but not only listen, but hear what they're saying. And option 7 should have been something that was put out to consultation. As Dougie says, it was just laterally put in as an option, and I believe that's what we should be supporting. I don't believe that the care homes will be able to provide the services that are needed. And Richard Marsh spoke of that. We do need the cottage hospitals open, and it's our opportunity actually to hear, but to act upon what the community are saying. And there were hundreds upon hundreds of people that turned out, a lot more than were turned out in the engagement and the consultation, to public meetings, to other venues. And I think that we should be, as a council, reflecting just exactly what the people are saying, and for the IGB to hear that as well. I'm supporting Councillor Drysdale's motion that's put forward. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Willie. Councillor Dorward.
Thanks, Chair. Oops. Bit of an accident with the laptop and microphone. Apologies. I love the term blended. Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. I think that's an excellent way of putting it. I would like to have sight of option 7, as I got the recall of a goldfish and I can't remember exactly what it says. So no issues with what you're saying, but I would like to have sight of option 7 as it stands. So I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I also salute the brave paper put forward by our social work team, because what that is looking at, and I once understand that there are challenges at the moment, we need to look to the future and how we're going to manage this. And what it is looking at is a mixed model of care, not just based on a medical model and not just based on a social care model, but a mix of them both, which does exist in this community already. In some of our areas where health and social care staff work together. And I think that's really, really brave, and we need to look at that as well. So whilst we're looking at a solution in the immediacy of now, we also need to look at the future, because these problems, as both Councillor Marsh and Councillor Drysdale have said, are not going away. And we need to work with all stakeholders across the region, including our housing providers, to look at how we resolve these. So not disagreeing with anything that's been said, but just saluting the fact that we have the foresight and the bravery to look forward to the future. And despite the challenges of the fact that we don't have much funding, much resourcing, we need to actually think beyond that and think, to use a horrible phrase, out the box as to what we can do and how we can all work together across the region, both public and private and third sectors, to reduce this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stephen, would you like to comment on proposed option 7?
Yes, apologies, I'm just getting it now. I've closed the wrong email down. I can read this out, and I've also emailed yourself, Lad, if that's helpful. I don't know if that is or not. But the option 7, the hybrid model, is described in the consultation survey document as, and then participants requested that the IJB consider combining elements of option 3 and 4, providing a small number of inpatient beds and more community services. Please tell us your views on these suggestions, and they will be shared with the IJB alongside the outcome of the consultation. That came in later, and I think that's fine. In terms of my own opinion, if that's what was requested from yourself as well, Convener, it absolutely assists in where we need to get to. I speak from a social work and a social care perspective as your Chief Social Work Officer and can't really comment on clinical or health needs, as it's beyond my level of competence. But in terms of the social care market, we need significant change, and to lose any of our bed base that we currently have available to us across the region would be very difficult. So option 7, as Councillor Drysdale has set out, would be something that would be absolutely the right thing to do, in my opinion.
Thank you. Yeah, it's okay. Councillor Thompson. Stephen.
Thanks, Convener. So when I first looked at this, I think generally there was a bit of discussion, because as far as I understand it, and we had a seminar on this to find out about the consultation and the various options, and I think it was David Rowland was at pains to say quite clearly there are only 6 options, but they're aware, and I think they wanted to try and find a way to be able to listen to the fact that there was this other 7th, I don't think he called it an option, but there's another word for it. So I'd like that clarification from our officer, how that was couched and framed, because it's IGB's consultation. Now, I know we have to listen to our communities, and we should, and clearly if the people are motivated to make their views known on a particular option or a particular idea that's not in the formal consultation, then that's their right, and we should listen to that. However, I think we do need to give our formal response to the actual formal consultation as a partner, and then find a way to include the voices of our communities who might say, actually, we've got a different way that we want to tell you this. So I think there's maybe a space to do that, but I think we have to recognise, 1, it's not our consultation, 2, there's a formal structure to that, 3, we have to respond to that, and then find a way to include, with the will of elected members, the actual voices that are coming through the communities as well. Now, I also understand that each of the options might have a different bearing depending on the locality, because certain locations, I'm thinking particularly in terms of Moffat, might benefit from the likes of option 3, and that would be a great model for Moffat, but it might not work in Newton Stewart. And I think, as far as I understand it as well, and this is a process thing, the IJB, who will determine this, will receive a report on each of the sites, if you like, that will take into account the feedback for each of those localities. So I think we have to be careful not to paint ourselves in a corner by having, this is our way forward for everybody, but capture the voices of the communities as they've responded and acknowledge our formal role in responding from option 1 to option 6. So I don't know if that's, I may be looking at it a bit sort of black and white, but I'd welcome the view of our Chief Social Work Officer in terms of, does he mean option 7? Because that didn't seem to be part of the formal consultation, or the emergent view that was coming forward from the community but wasn't set out by the IJB, but they were prepared to listen to it. So through yourself, Chair, if that's okay.
Thank you, Stephen. Stephen?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Yes, you're right that when the consultation originally was set up, there were 6 options, and it was quite clear there were only 6. The strength of community feedback has been such that colleagues in the Health and Social Care Partnership have amended that latterly to include I'm using the language now, and it is good language, the blended model. So it's putting that forward. I think with any consultation, you as a council have that option to respond to the 6 options or provide something separate. And the reason I have chosen to present this as a single response as opposed to individual ones is I'm considering Dumfries and Galloway as a whole, and the fact that different needs can be met in different parts of local communities. But the blended option as described will give that local flexibility and planning as you move forward.
Thank you. Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Convener. I would be more than happy to support Councillor Drysdale as one of these closed cottage hospitals in my ward, Thornhill, and is widespread belief that it should be brought back into use and be used under option 7. And I would have to say, there is little point in the IJB discussing the additional item 7 in the public domain if we are not in a position to reflect on that during the consideration of this document. We raise expectation in the public domain and then we as council just decide on one of the 6 options. I don't think that would be right. And it's clear anyway in the paper in page 4 and page 5 that we don't fully support any of the 6 options that have been placed before us. So maybe we would fully support 7 if it was further explored. And it's important we do that. And the last thing I'll say to you, Convener, is there's a shortage of beds in care homes. Other people are in need of long-term care in a care home setting, and we should not be encouraging the IJB to remove that to lighten a load and simply place a burden either on home care services or on families themselves. And we also, although it's nothing for today maybe, we should be mindful that the terms and conditions that some care home staff enjoy is not the quality of a salary and working conditions that members of our staff and the health board happen to enjoy, and that should be a consideration as well. We should be making sure, if we're using these places, that the staff are properly salaried and that the premises are absolutely fit for purpose. But me, I would discourage that simply because we're simply moving the burden away, or the opportunity to put folk in a care home setting where they should be, and placing the burden elsewhere. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Dempster. Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Convener. It's page 6. It's about care villages. Now, my father-in-law lived in New Zealand for over 20 years, and in his latter years, he moved into one of these villages, and they're built by an Australian company. It's absolutely like a normal village. Everybody comes and goes, does their shopping back, but there's a care centre there as well if they need the care centre. And I think that's something for the future that we should be looking at. I'd not give them names. I think there was a name once that could be called a dementia village, and I think that was totally wrong. But they should really look at this system, that these villages, the way they're built, into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. I think it's really important that we have the debate here, absolutely. As has been said, we've all been contacted by our constituents and really concerned people within our communities. Certainly the issue of respite and end-of-life care is one that certainly I've listened to really carefully. It comes down to respect and for people's choices. People have choices in life and they should have choices about their end-of-life care as well. So absolutely take on board all the comments. I think the phrase was used, thinking out the box. Another phrase is the art of the possible. What can we do here? I think we do need to be mindful that we're discussing an option 7, but you know, it's on screen here. If that could be emailed to everybody, I think that's really important that we've actually got a copy, because you know, it's quite challenging to see. And while I'm aware that obviously this has been discussed, we need to be really mindful of where that sits. This is not our consultation, but have no issues at all in putting support on there. I guess I would like to just go back a little bit. We spent a lot of time and energy, especially in the west of the region, looking at the project Transforming Wigtonshire. We received several reports, pre-COVID, and then in the midst of COVID. So COVID was acknowledged in that huge piece of work which was meant to be transformative. So I'm going back to February 2020, when it was actually in the interim report, it was requested to explore a single site with multi-use facilities and services, especially for Newton Stewart. Now, that was back in February 20, just at the start of the pandemic, acknowledging that we were in a pandemic and the world did do a complete shift and change because of that. But in October 2020, acknowledging that it came back again and that there should be a focus on developing a detailed plan of partnership model working within Newton Stewart. And I'd be really keen to know what has happened to that huge amount of work. And, you know, if we're adding in additional points going within our response to the consultation, I think it's really important that we ask what has happened to that piece of work and can consideration be given to that, because as I say, time and effort from our communities and from officials and elected members all went into that, and we often get accused of, well, you've done all the consultations, but so what? And you know, here's a prime example. So I would ask that we actually give consideration to that piece of work that was completed. Thank you.
Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Convener. Just, I think the points that Councillor Thompson and Councillor Dorward have made are really, really important. So I just, from my point of view, wanted to explain the way I see option 7, because it is a number and a word that we've possibly all got to ourselves, which is a bit unfair on the Health and Social Care Partnership. But the way they manage the questionnaires at every single consultation was as such until the last, option 7, which was the blended option in effect in blue. And that was a combination of option 3, which was community and social care hubs, and option 4, the re-establishment of inpatient services. So that's probably the best way I can describe option 7, and it's maybe unfair of us to call it option 7. That will be for the Health and Social Care Partnership to work out with the IJB. We are here as consultees on this paper, and we are seeing this paper before we have seen the results of the consultations that constituents have filled in. So I think if that makes it easier, and I would like to mention and break down Councillor Thompson's point, which I think is actually really important. Each single consultation will have to be taken on board by the IJB, because there were 4 separate consultations filled out, and he is correct in that each hospital will be taken on board in terms of the IJB, and the Health and Social Care Partnership will actually drill that down with the amount of beds they give back and the sort of hubs that are developed. I hope that explains it. I feel like I'm being a bit of a teacher here, but I'm no expert. Obviously, I've just been attending the consultations and attending the seminars. Thank you, Convener.
Councillor Thompson, do you want to come back in on just on that point?
If that's okay, thank you, Convener. So, no, I welcome that, and I think, you know, the feeling in the room is that there's a way that we can take this forward as a council, and I'm happy. I just think we should be careful with our language where possible, but obviously our job, I suppose, is to represent as best we can our communities, even if the consultation has been framed in a certain way. It's sort of, I think when I got presented with a report, it's literally written or authored by the Chief Social Work Officer, and yet he doesn't mention option 7. So I think it was just that careful use of language. So it's like, if it's not in your own report, do you know, I suppose we as elected members can actually say, well, do you know what, we should probably include something to get that message across. So I think that was really just the care about the language, and also the fact that each locality is different. So I think if you're going to capture that, I'm happy to support it. I don't know if that needs to be reflected in the wording though, but happy for that to be captured if that's the will of members. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much, Convener, for letting me in. In terms of the report here, there is no option 7, right? But option 7 quite clearly is a blend of 3 and 4, right? So really the motion should be, we recommend a blend of 3 and 4, not introduce something that's not in the official papers. No, you can't do that because it's not in the papers. We've had time to get this sorted with the report writers, with governance and everything else. The papers in front of us today don't have an option 7, right? So we can't vote on option 7, for example, but what we can do is recommend 4 and 3, or 3 and 4, whichever way you want to put it, because that actually gives you this, well, that's the rationale up there. The rationale is blending 3 and 4.
Vlad, can you advise on whether we can add another option? I fully understand what Councillor Ferguson is saying, and really what we are talking about is the blended option between options 3 and 4, but it's not specified in the papers as such. But it achieves the same result in the end of the day. So, you know, is it suitable for us to do that?
Thank you, Convener. I understand the point from Councillor Ferguson. However, the paper in 2.2 does say consider and agree the response from the local authority, and that's for members to determine what that response should be. And we've got a very clear motion, and it's been seconded, and I think it's been backed by a few of the members. So I understand the point, but it can be amended. It's a response from this council, and that's ultimately for the council to determine what that response should be.
Thank you. Councillor Hislop.
Chair, my understanding from the motion up on the thing, we're looking at the support for the blended option. I think the blended option is mentioned in the report. Yes, we've named it up as option 7, but we're actually the support for the blended option preferred by the local communities. So I think that's in there. So I think that covers that point. I don't think we need to worry about option 7 is just what we badged it up as.
Thank you. It's just a handle for it. Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Convener. If you read option 3 on page 4.4, it says quite clearly no bed-based services. And what we're asking for is some bed-based services. Unless that's introduced as option 7, then we'll get a blend of option 3 and 4 that would not include bed-based services. So whilst Councillor Ferguson might be right, we need to introduce, and we have the freedom, I think, as Vlad already said, we can add recommendations as we see fit. Whether they're taken up or no is a different matter, but we can certainly introduce them into our paper or our response.
Thank you, Councillor Dempster. We are responding. We're putting the council's response in. We're not the decision-making body for this, but we've got to put our response in, and we've got to pay attention to everything that's coming into us. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Convener. I think if we maybe change the wording to call it a 7th option, and if you call it option 7, it's as if it already exists. If we call it a 7th option, then we are inventing the 7th option due to the consultation responses. I think that would okay, Councillor Drysdale?
That's very helpful, actually, Councillor Little. Thank you for that. Councillor John Campbell.
Yeah, thanks very much, Convener. Yeah, on page 4, it's 4.4, it gives you the 6 options that was presented for consultation. However, on page 5, you've got the response from the officers, and option 3 in that particular response offers a mixed model which could be accommodated with bed-based model and social care. Is that not the same as the option 7 that's being presented in the debate at the moment? A wee bit of clarity maybe on that point. I don't know if the Chief Social Worker could help out.
Stephen, can you help with that?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Convener. The option 3 as it stands doesn't include bed base. Therefore, we have suggested that it should include a bed base. But you also need the option 4 in relation to inpatient services with relation to palliative care as suggested by Councillor Drysdale. Therefore, it would be an option 3 plus 4, which equals 7.
Yeah, surprise, surprise. my thing about numbers, I've picked that bit up already. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you. I just wonder if the mover of the additional motion or the additional recommendation would be happy to include the reference to the Transforming Wigtonshire piece of work and ask that that consideration is also taken forward. Obviously, this is our options, our ability to do a response. So I'm seeing nods, so hopefully we can get that captured within the recommendation as well. Thank you.
Councillor Drysdale.
Yes, thank you. And we're now seem to be quite overcomplicating it, not with Councillor Hagman's suggestion, but I think Councillor Little's suggestion is excellent. And when we think about the blended option, please everyone maybe remove this number 7 that seems to be floating about, because we've got to remember we've still to see the results of the consultation, and everything's measured up to 10 apart from the last option. So we have to wait to see what the community wants, which could be a blended option from everything. So we have to be careful of that. But in effect, it's an outline of the last 2 on the questionnaire. But we could remove the number 7 if you want as well, or do what Councillor Little suggested. I think that's the best route forward. And yes, absolutely, Councillor Hagman, let's add that in because it's very important for people in the West. Thank you. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. My own personal view would be I would include Councillor Little's wording of a 7th option, because equally putting that in as opposed to blending between 3 and 4, whatever, it specifies what we're actually wanting to get or where we want to be at the end of the day. Because if we just say a blended option between options 3 and 4, well, how is it blended? Is a perfectly valid question. Is there any further comments? I think Vlad's busy trying to we're trying to redo the wording.
Yes, thank you, Convener. And as members will see, hopefully we've certainly captured the A7th option, which will be under 2.2, although it says "and" at the moment. In terms of 2.3, the Transforming Wigtonshire's been added, and I'm conscious that Councillor Thompson mentioned potential change to it. Could you maybe just clarify, sorry, what part you need added?
Yeah, so I think as long as it, I suppose, recognises that that we're not having a blanket approach, because each local community for each of the localities affected, acknowledging there's 4 separate reports. Option 7, or the 7th option, might be best for Wigtonshire, but option 3 plus something else might be best for Moffat. Do you know what I mean? So I think what we're saying is listen to our communities according to the locality and allow for a 7th option, for example. So it's just to have that locality element taken on board, because they will receive 4 separate reports for each one. So if there's a way to do that in way less words than what I've just said, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
I think Stephen Morgan gave us assurance that that 7th option did allow that, but Vlad, can you think of any way we could word it?
Thank you, Convener. I think we could probably add some wording along the lines of no blanket approach across communities, and each community needs to be taken into account.
Thank you. Councillor Drysdale, are you quite happy with that?
Yes, I'm happy with that, Convener, and thank you everyone for the contributions.
Okay, so can we just move to the recommendations? So we're asked to note the options to be considered by the Integration Joint Board, and at 2.2, consider and agree the response from local authorities, each option within the paper, giving consideration to the proposed hybrid model as a 7th option, depending on locality. Participants requested that the IGB consider combining elements of option 3 and 4, providing a small number of inpatient beds and more community services. Please tell us your views on these suggestions. They will share with the IGB alongside the which will not be included in the paper but included in the consultation document. And 2.3, subject to agreement in committee, Council do not support any of the 6 options which have been consulted on, but include full Council support for the blended option, proposing as an option, question 35 to 37, preferred by the local communities as indicated in the consultation events and supported by local doctors and staff. Stephen, come in.
Just if we're taking care about the words, as a 7th option.
include as a seventh option. It's just being changed as we speak. Well, there's another wee question, wee typo there. It's 35 to 30. Preferred by the local communities as indicated in the consultation events and supported by local doctors and staff, which will see a minimum of 2 palliative end-of-life care beds and 2 respite care beds reintroduced in the 4 cottage hospitals currently closed for bed-based care alongside some community services, and also included the work carried out on transforming Wigtonshire. Councillor Ferguson, you want to come in?
Yeah, just I'm wondering whereabout in wording is it's made clear to the IGB that we consider 4 separate, or the locations are treated separately and not one thing covers all, because I think that's what Councillor Drysdale's getting at, is that, and I think Councillor Townsend said the same thing, what might be apt in Newton Stewart might be totally not apt in Thornhill, for example.
I think that was, Councillor Ferguson, I think that's covered by the depending on locality part.
Well, I've learned in the past with the IGB you need to be specific.
Thank you. It's getting longer and longer. Councillor Ferguson, I'm not going to read it all out again. Are you happy with that amendment that's just been typed in? We've got, depending on locality, and not as a blanket approach across communities, and local community needs to be considered. Are you happy with that? Thank you. Thank you. So, are we happy to agree? Thank you. So now move on to item 6, request to review health and social care integration scheme. Sorry.
We'll just get people back.
We'll just let the people who were excluded themselves from the meeting return. Thank you. That's everyone back. So item 6, a request to review health and social care integration scheme. Report by Chief Executive. This report asks members to consider the request for a review of the integration scheme for health and social care between the Council and the NHS Dumfries and Galloway. Lorna Meehan, Executive Director Enabling and Customer Services, is here to assist members with any questions on this report. So I'll open up to any questions. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Convener. I no longer sit in the IGB and I don't sit in the Health Board either. When I look at the letter that's been sent to us, for some considerable time now, for a range of reasons, it's been very challenging for the board to identify 5 non-execs. We also don't have full representation from the council at points either. I know there was a motion put forward for groups to participate in the IGB and they decided not to for whatever reason. But I've always maintained and always will maintain that having 5 or less council representatives on the IGB, given the amount of workload that goes through the IGB, is far too few. When there is 43 elected members sit around here and we've all got a level of accountability. So I think now is the time where, as a council, we also look at what we delegate to the IGB, because it's us that should be accountable for some of the stuff, because 5 or any less is just far too low. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. So a note on page 17, 4.9, it says timelines for the review have not yet been determined, given the very recent receipt of the request. But I just want to make the plea. We've had consultations before us to approve or feedback, and I just want to ensure that when we do get the timeline, can we ensure that we get adequate time, that if we are asking to agree a response or consider a response, that those timelines fit in with the deadlines that we're working with, because I know that this has been raised in the past. Thank you.
Lorna, can you confirm that will be the case?
So in terms of the work to be done and the scope of the work, we've obviously had a request from the NHS board, but obviously the detail of that and any views of members here at this point in time would inform that. Maybe come back to members with that information. At this point, I couldn't tell you how long that will take, but we certainly would want to make sure that that was resourced properly and that it was within timescales that we could bring back to members in good time to take future consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much, Chair. I mean, this is an enabling paper to let the Chief and them take things forward as per the legislation. I get that totally. Just for history reasons, and Jim Dempster will remember, he was the first chair of the IGB, is that the numbers were set as 10% of the local authority members. At that time, 10% equaled 5. 10% now equals 4. Right? So, to me, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to review what we're doing. It's an opportunity for us to revise what we're doing or have been doing, and taking it forward from there. I think it's quite a reasonable ask for moving it to 4, for example. The same would help the NHS board, who have significantly less than 43 non-exec members. And for me, the other big bit in this is that from the outset, the NHS carried the brunt of the senior officer posts within the IGB. Now, to be fair, and it's on public record here, I hope I remember this correctly, is they offered that, and we accepted gratefully. So that meant the chief officer was somebody for the NHS, the finance officer was somebody from the NHS, and a lot of the other governance officers and stuff around about that was the NHS. Although we did have a local governance officer in the setting up process. And in fact, I think, if I remember correctly, she was part of the Scottish setting up process. So we have somebody in our governance team who's actually got a lot of experience of that. So I'm thinking we should just actually move on here and give the Chief and Lorna the go-ahead to go and do this, because the legislation requires it. If they invoke that right, it's their right to ask for that review. But I think we need to be careful, because the original setting up process took some years, right? So it's not something that's going to be fixed in 2 or 3 weeks, right? It will take a considerable amount of time because then we then have to come back and then negotiate between the local authority and the NHS side about what's acceptable. Bear in mind, we're one of the few areas where the acute sector is actually in the integration scheme. And that's, for me, the vital piece of the ladder in somebody's health journey, from first being no well to being either fixed or, unfortunately in some cases, no fixed. Right, if you get my drift. So you can't take a couple of legs out of the ladder and expect it to function properly. So for me, I think we should just move on and actually give the Chief the approval to go ahead and do this, because it's what the law requires anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Convener. No issue with the review going ahead as per legislative requirements, but I draw your attention to page 4.3, page 16, saying that in 2023, which was a year ago, no changes were actually made to the scheme at all in terms of the model of integration or the body corporate. So it's interesting that the NHS is asking for a review now. And I do find it odd contextually, as we were advised at 4.6 on page 16, that the NHS rationale for the review contains, as is in part based on the quote, in light of the development of the NCS, the National Care Service, which for me is interesting given that all councillors via COSLA have withdrawn support for the bill, as have Unison and GMB unions. I would therefore suggest the future of the NCS bill as it stands is arguably in doubt. So can we as a council, when the review is ongoing, specifically ask as part of the review process, in what context is the NCS being utilised as a reason for review, given that its future is, I would say, in doubt? Thank you.
Thank you. Lorna, can you help?
In terms of the information that came from the NHS board, obviously that was prior to the view taken by COSLA, but I think it's very pertinent in terms of obviously the national context and the impact of that, because that seems to be one of the drivers for the NHS around alignment. But we could certainly explore that through the piece of work, Councillor Dorward, so we would be mindful of the Council's position as a member of COSLA as we proceed.
Thank you. Councillor Hislop.
Chair, it was just the fact, similar to Councillor Dorward there, you know, we've just had one, we've been asked to do another one, and if this doesn't come off, we might have to do another one, because what we're being asked to have a review on might not actually happen. It seems a bit premature, but like Councillor Ferguson said, it's in the statute and we have to do it. It might just be worth a shot across their bows saying, you know, we need to consider whether this is value for money, having another review just after one, and a possible one if something else comes out of the National Care Service review.
Thanks, but we do have to do it. There's no doubt about that. Councillor Scobie.
Thanks, Chair. It's just on the point that Andy Ferguson made there, where I think I'm correct in saying that not all IGBs operate the same in terms of services. And it could be that the health service or the NHS, D&G are asking for a review where they may want to withdraw their acute services from the IGB, which would put a different complexion altogether, which ties in to what Linda was saying about the National Care Service not getting support, how that would impact on the council in terms of delivering of services. So I think it's important maybe that we hear from our other contingent part of the IGB. It's no, as Andy was referring to as a ladder, I see it as a three-legged stool. And if one's removed, the stool will fall. So I think we need to know what's the motivation behind the review, given we had one last year. And is it their intention that they're looking at the possibility of withdrawing acute services, given the financial difficulties that they're in and the deficit they're running with? Could see the NHS being in measure 4 in the whole framework of their structure. So I think we should maybe get a bit more information out of the NHS board as to their motivation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Scobie. But we are being asked to agree the next steps to engage in the process required under Public Bodies Joint Work in Scotland Act 2014. So So we have got to go ahead with it, and that sort of thing would be part of the engagement, I would imagine. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Convener. I suppose there's a bit of a would you rather question in this one. So, and it's on the back of Councillor Stevenson's point, which I wholeheartedly take. I mean, if anything, we should make sure that we have not less than 10% representation. So 4.3 would round up to 5 if it was 43 members. Because I think, I suppose in this room, we either believe that it's better to be in the room, influencing and helping take the decisions that are going to affect everybody in your region, or you can stand outside the room, not exercise your right to be there, and then just complain about a service that you didn't have any influence in taking. So I'd rather the former, because where we can, we should exert as much influence as possible, you know, even though it's maybe as a board member or whatever, but at least you're in the room helping take the decision. So I think 5 from this council would be good, but that's not what this is about. It's just setting in motion the process. But on a similar point, I mean, there is, I think Councillor Ferguson touched on it, you know, it seems to go against our own narrative and our plan in terms of working in partnership if we avoid any opportunity to make sure that we can share resources such as finance or governance in this bigger structure. Because it's often been heard, you know, whether it's formerly in social work committee, it used to be on, you know, there's hardly any council staff in the room. There's too many directors, NHS, etc. So it's like, well, there's one way to fix that, is like get more people in the room. But we seem to be doing the opposite in terms of how we prioritise our budgets, let's say. So I think there's opportunities for this council to maybe take forward a better way of getting more out of the NHS as our partners and making the IGB work better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ian Crothers.
Thanks, Convener. Just a small point in regards to as you've already outlined, we have to undertake this process as part of that. So the Integration Joint Board controls a fairly large budget, so the piece of financial information I'm going to request is in regards to that. It's in regards to the resourcing of the IGB itself, the board, and how it functions. Can I see historically going back at least 6 years as part of this information coming forward, what the allocation is for both NHS and council as part of that, so I can get an understanding of the level of resource that's required, both historically and going into the future, and from where it should come from. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we provide that, Lorna?
Thank you, Councillor Colours. That's one of the things we've already started to prepare and look at with colleagues. And just in comment, members took a decision on the model here, both in terms of service and leadership, but also other places took different decisions around that. And there was support from Scottish Government in setting up the IJBs and infrastructure around that. So we want to kind of go back and understand that and work with our NHS partners to look at what the impact of the areas they've suggested might change, and if that was agreeable, and that would be a matter for members to decide on what other models would be required to give support to the IGB. And obviously the IGB will be an important consultee and partner in that discussion as well. So it's quite a complex piece of work because of the interests and stakeholders in this, but obviously the two parties, the NHS board and the council, are the main parties to the integration scheme.
Thank you. Is there any further questions? Comment? Well, move to the recommendations. Oh, sorry, Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you. Nick did flag it up that I would like in. Really, it's a question for Lorna. In relation to the last review that was taken, I'm sure that very few members will remember the process or having been involved in it. Clearly, the fact that it's been brought forward, there's an issue for the NHS board that they want to flag up. And I would be interested to know about what our involvement will be participatively, actively, and what the governance will be in relation to any outcomes. There are clearly some changes taking place within the NHS board at the moment. They're going to have a new chair, they've got a new chief exec, etc. And I'm really interested to understand how the process will work, as members, what our involvement will be, and how we will negotiate the outcomes. I have mentioned at previous meetings, and it's been mentioned in this item and in the previous item about the deficit that is being run by the NHS, and I have mentioned previously that I believe that's a notional deficit, because as partners within the IJB, that we should be carrying a bit more of that burden, but because of our requirement to break even, we break even, and the sort of deficit goes to the NHS board. So I'm really interested to understand how we're going to negotiate that settlement and how we're going to come out of that at the other end, still in good terms, as it were. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Lorna.
Thank you. So in terms of the outcome of the review, obviously one of the options is there is no change. There may be some change, but obviously both parties have to agree to that. In terms of the comments that Councillor Ferguson made in terms of us arriving at the model in the first place, there was a significant amount of work to do that, and if there was a change being proposed, we'd need to understand all facets of that. I'm in members' hands in terms of your involvement there, but what I'm hearing in the room is members want to be actively involved in not only the set-up of the process that we go through, but the conduct of that, and certainly as officers we will facilitate that and certainly bring some proposals back informally and then formally to full council about how we can facilitate that. I'm kind of looking towards members who were here when the integration board was established between both parties, and certainly from my perspective there was involvement of the council leadership and senior councillors in actively and directing some of that negotiation and discussion alongside officers. So there was very much a very participative approach to that. So I think that's different from the periodic review that was carried out, which resulted in no change largely in terms of the scheme. So this is proposing a change, and so we need to investigate that fully. And so we'll look at some options there and discuss with members and bring that back formally at the right time, hopefully in short term for members, for us to start to conduct the actual work. So we'll lead my members on this matter.
Thank you. You happy with that, Councillor McFarlane? So we'll move to the recommendations. So we're asked 2.1, note the request by NHS Dumfries and Galloway to review the health and social care integration scheme, and 2.2, agree the next steps for the Council to engage in the process required under Public Bodies Joint Working Scotland Act 2014. So we're happy to note and agree. Councillor Cruthers.
What's the content of 2.2, please? What are the next steps? Have we got to get a report back maybe to full council outlining? I'm just wondering, in December, February, March, whenever it may be.
4.12 in the papers on page 17, there's a further report and review plan, including consultation and current progress, will be brought to full council at earliest opportunity.
Okay, so maybe 4.12 should be referred in the recommendation 2.2. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cruthers. Shall we add that to the recommendations? Are people happy to do that? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So agree the next steps for the Council to engage in the process required on Public Bodies Joint Working Scotland Act 2014, and agree and a further report on the review plan, including consultation and current progress, will be brought to full council at the earliest opportunity. Thank you. So now move on to item 7, Communities Revenue Budget Outturn Report 2023-24 for the period ended 31st of March 2024. Report by Chief Executive. In accordance with Standing Order 13.1, members must first agree to withdraw delegations from Economy and Infrastructure Committee, Enabling and Customer Services Committee and Education, Skills and Community and Wellbeing Committee in order to consider this matter. Are we happy to do that? Thank you. This report provides members with an overview of the performance against budget at the end of financial year 2023-24 for the Communities Service. This report was unable to be considered by the last Communities Committee due to the outturn information not being available at the time of the meeting. As the remit of the former Communities Committee now cuts across the delegations of 3 strategic committees, it is therefore presented to full council for information and scrutiny. Andrew Shannon, Finance Officer, and Gillian Ross, Interim Chief Financial Officer, are available on Microsoft Teams. I think Gillian's actually here, so she's not on Teams, to assist members with any questions on this report. I now invite members' questions and contributions. Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. Whilst the the community service last year returned a 213,000 underspend. It's quite worrying, some of the trends with regards particularly to staff and vacancies, and there doesn't seem to be enough of a narrative to kind of explain what that position is. If you look at 4.13, the Leisure and Sports Service, that's 413,000, and that's kind of split between, I take it, staff and vacancies, but also it says turnover. I take it that's increased financial turnover during the year. And then also within community plan and engagement, you've got 430,000, which is due to, again, two reasons: a number of staff and vacancies and additional funding from the Scottish Government. It would be helpful in the report to actually identify, what those are, rather than just saying it's, those two items on each of the sections. But my worry is as well is there doesn't seem to be any explanation how we address or what we're doing to kind of make sure that we have staff and complements up to the required levels. Because I don't think it's staff and vacancies is not a positive picture to portray of a department, because it can lead to pressure with existing staff having to take over additional workloads. It can then lead to staff going off with stress. So, nearly £1 million underspend is a concern, and it's not just within this committee. I've seen reports like this on underspend in staff and vacancies. So I just wonder how we can get more information on that, but more importantly, how we can address it.
Thank you. Gillian, I take it you can help us on the financial information part, but I think it will be for the relevant directorate to look into the vacancies and how that's handled.
Okay. Thank you. So just to confirm, in terms of the turnover, it's in terms of turnover of staff that was referenced. So it is largely, staff vacancies, but also the time that it takes in terms of recruitment from someone leaving to being able to capture someone new within the service as well. I think we have been reporting across services, across the wider council, in terms of the challenges with recruitment. And that does remain a challenge, for some of the lower level staffs, and where, they're entry level posts, and the extent to which those can turn over quite significantly within some of the leisure and sport areas, as well as the overarching challenges with regards to, professional posts. So there has been significant underspending on leisure and sports staffing since COVID. So obviously we did revise our overall levels at the time when obviously the facilities were closed, and we don't seem to have yet got up to our kind of budgeted establishment levels at that basis. But as indicated, we will seek further information from the service in terms of the longer term plans, and we can feed that back through members in relation to that. The relation in terms of the community planning is a little bit unique in terms of we do receive additional funding from the Scottish Government to support the resettlement programme, and that includes support for additional staff to basically undertake those duties. However, as a council, we have actually managed to address those requirements within our existing resources, but been able to utilise the funding from the Scottish Government to help support that. So that means that we get a bit of a windfall income associated with those, which is short term, while those settlement programmes and additional resources are coming through. But as indicated, I can provide some further information in terms of the progress, in terms of the vacancies.
Is that helpful, Councillor Marshall? Thank you. Councillor John Campbell.
Thanks, Convener. I'd like to thank Councillor Marshall for raising exactly the same points that I was going to raise. The only addition I could put on that is the Scottish Government funding. Is that conditional, or would there be a clawback on that if we went to use it, for example?
In terms of the resettlement funding?
Yes.
So the resettlement funding is short-term resources where we make grant claims in relation to the activities of that. So there are specific requirements, but the amount that we've actually recognised is in relation to the work that those officers have been undertaking. So we have fully utilised it in terms of the requirements of the grant, but we carry it forward because it's over a longer term programme. And so we are continuously sending details to the Scottish Government in terms of the work and the progress that we progress in relation to that. So while we need to make sure that we meet the requirements and stipulations associated with the grant, there's not a risk in terms of them clawing it back, in terms of as long as we've spent it appropriately.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that response. But I do share that Councillor Marshall's point about more information would have been helpful in the report, especially the split. I mean, the 430k in the appendix, it just says lifelong learning, young people services. There's a couple of figures against those in community services, but if we had a clear split and a wee bit more information, that would have been helpful. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. Is it possible to provide more information going forward?
Yeah, apologies, it's normally that we just summarise the information for the Service Committee because they'll have been more familiar, but I do understand that the details aren't probably quite as specific as they can, but we can provide more details in terms of the exact amounts that are in relation to staff vacancies and other areas as well, so we can summarise that across the board.
Thank you. Councillor Stitt.
Thanks, Convener. It's under follow-up what Councillor Marshall says at 4.14, qualified personnel. Is this where we're struggling to employ staff into planning? Because we seem to have been struggling for years to attract people into the planning department.
Just to confirm that this is in the governance and assurance team, so it's associated with solicitors, so it's associated with the agreed expansion. So again, similar, it is a very professionalised area where there is a shortage at the moment, and that is associated with those challenges. So the service are continuing to progress that and have some alternative measures at the moment to make sure that we meet our requirements.
Vlad wants to come in on that as well.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, just to confirm what Gillian's saying is in terms of particularly the solicitors, and as members will be aware, that there is a kind of national shortage of certain professions, and solicitors are no different in that respect. But what we have done and we're doing is we're progressing the traineeship solicitor role. And we're hoping that we can bring in that kind of pipeline of, the appropriate professional apprenticeship. And for the trainee solicitors, that's probably going to be the right route for the council. So that's one of the options that we're exploring alongside other outside-the-box matters with other councils.
Thank you. Councillor Beretti.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. And unsurprisingly, it's nearly on the same subject on 415 about the underspend and the engagement services and the staffing vacancies. Now, in relation to community engagements, and several that I've been to, I've actually very seldom ever seen members of the community coming to the engagement events. So to me that signals a problem of validity of results and accuracy of results when they are presented to elected members, in the sense that, well, if they didn't actually participate at a community event, how do they know who actually turned up? So is this going to be a problem going forward, because we are going to be engaging in community events going forward, and is the same result going to be having happened?
Thank you. Julian.
I think for that one, I'll have to go back to the lead officer for that service and to provide you with a response on that one.
That's what I would have thought. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. It's just really, it's a question on the technicality of the report. So, I appreciate Gillian's given us some really good answers on some of the questions raised. But the one particular about the workforce and that we're seeking further information, it's not captured in the report, and we've got a specific section on workforce. And it does say, are there any implications for or impact upon employees? So can we just be mindful that where we are seeking further information, that our reports are fully reflective of that? Obviously, there are implications for our staff, and that's not been captured in the report. And I appreciate this is a standard report template, which we've all agreed, but can we just ensure that we actually follow that? I mean, I won't go on to the next item, but there's apparently there's no implications either in the next item when considering we're referencing individual employees. I'm slightly concerned on that as well. So it's just more technical point to note. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Mine's on the same point as well. As Councillor Marshall stated, you know, we need to look at our workforce, and if we have so many vacancies, my ask would be that when a report comes back, how we're mitigating them in a plan moving forward, how we're also dealing with the health and well-being of the staff that we already have and the workloads that are based on them. So if that could be an ask within that plan for the leisure services and the other services, that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. I think, again, that's for the relevant service.
Yeah, I'll feed that back in terms of the appropriate service.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Chair. It's on page 77, 4.11. The main pressures experienced by neighbourhood services continued to be the fleet services. Can you give us a bit more information on this? I mean, what exactly is happening here insofar as there seems to be a concern about the procurement efficiency associated with the current leased vehicles. What is the issues that are, around that? And also in 4.12, once again, there's an increase there, an over expenditure. But at the end, in the end of that paragraph, it talks about this area is subject to close monitoring throughout the new financial year. What is the monitoring going to flag up? Surely if the youngsters require that service, then monitoring or no monitoring is not going to make any difference, is it?
Thank you, Gillian.
Thank you. In terms of the fleet aspect, this is in recognition that a lot of the council's assets are quite old at the moment, so they're obviously requiring more repairs and maintenance. In addition to that, and as indicated, there is a number of vehicles where we lease, and those leases have been extended over an extended period of time, so some of the vehicles are in excess of 6 years old. So what we're looking at here is whether we can review the overall approach in procurement in terms of either outright purchase of the vehicles that we have been leasing, or look at alternative cheaper options in terms of procurement for those vehicles to reduce the extent of the maintenance that will be required overall. So that would then reduce the overall overspends and the pressures that the service are facing. So we're looking at this in conjunction with a number of spend to save opportunities that are being reported through the Economy and Infrastructure Service as well, and where there's savings identified for the upcoming period and going forward as well. So that will come through that overall approach. In terms of the ASN specific one and the reference to close monitoring, that's in relation to the indication that while we were aware that this was an area of overspend, the extent of the overspend was greater than we'd anticipated. We have allocated additional resources of £750,000 within the 24-25 budget to help support this service, but the extent of increase in demand is beyond that at the moment, and we are highlighting an overspend in that area as part of the monitoring report to the Economy and Infrastructure Committee. We are also looking at identifying alternative measures and approaches that we can take to reduce and mitigate those costs. So that's what we're saying is subject to close monitoring, because as we progress with some of those pilots and alternative measures that we can look at, the pressure on the service may reduce and may be able to be contained within the additional resources that we've already reflected within the budget. But that's an ongoing review, and further details will be coming forward as part of the Economy and Infrastructure Committee during the year.
Councillor Wood.
Well, that's very helpful on 4.12. On 4.11 though, should we be looking at leasing vehicles in the first instance, or should we look at reverting back to the old system of the mileage and people using their own private vehicles?
In terms of when we went to lease, obviously it was cheaper at that point in time, and it is a good point that things change as interest rates change and the overall financial position. So that is something that we are reviewing with the service in terms of what is the most cost-effective method for being able to maintain our overall fleet.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks, Convener. Just a couple of points here. A number of what I was going to say has been covered by others, so I'll save time in that. But there is a worry here that we're covering a lot of this by vacancies and everything else. I think enough's been said about that. The bits I'm kind of worried about here is the sustainable travel and the link to ASN. We need to link the link to the transport to the link to the assessment for the child in terms, so that we've actually got the people who are actually running the service and the people who are assessing that a child needs that service need to come together, I would suggest, a wee bit closer, or at least give us some evidence that that's what's actually happening, if it has been doing there. And again, I'm really quite worried. There's a number of things in here where, you know, £500,000 overspend here, £500,000 overspend there, and that's met by, in the main, staff vacancies, right? And the odd bit of money coming in or whatever. So, other than that, the bit I'm actually going to come to here is at 2.3, note the underspend of 243,000, which has been transferred to service reserves. This never went to the Communities Committee, so has that been transferred to the central pot, or has it been divvied up to wherever that underspend was created in the new structure? Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah, it does make sense. It's about how you disaggregate the figures. Gillian?
Thank you. So just in terms of the first point, in terms of the ASN, I can confirm that there's very close working relationships between both education and the transport and infrastructure service. So there is that very close interaction between the two, and they're working together at the moment in terms of these alternative pilot models and that. So just to provide that comfort that there is that close engagement between the two groups. In relation to the service reserves, the underspend was allocated based on the director proposals at that point in time. So they indicated the priorities in terms of where those resources should be allocated, and those have then been disaggregated to the services in which those new functions now relate. So the overall details were included within the FPT report in June in terms of the overarching details, but you'll see those amounts are actually sitting in the new service structure now, which is why they're not reflected within here.
There's a bit of me thinks that should have been a council decision, because we might have put that roughly £500,000 into a central pot, which could have been used for something else. But I understand what Gillian's saying, and I totally get that's probably the way we've always done it. But maybe next time we've got £500,000 or thereabout underspend, we should be considering where, in actual fact, as councillors, we think that money should go.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, so just a couple of points that haven't been covered. In terms of the underspend in legal and governance, how will we get reported back what impact that has on timescales or delivery of services in terms of volume? Because obviously that has an impact on what work is able to be done by the team. And where will that report come to? And then on page 76, it's to do with the under-recovery of budgeted income from recyclate sales. I notice when it talks about salt, it says there's an increase of over 17%, which is quite specific. But there's no indication of any figure in terms of under-recover of budgeted income for the recyclate. So I'm just wondering, can we get a figure on that, along with the other information about the vacancies? Because I think there is something about, if we're getting an external funding for something, then the same staff are basically meeting that criteria, which means something else isn't getting done, and I think that goes back to Councillor Marshall's point. So yeah, that'd be helpful information if you can get it, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I think you're all pointing out the fact that, you know, we have staff vacancies. Yes, we've got an underspend, but it would be good to find out what the actual impact on this is on staff and on services going forward and service levels. But Gillian?
Thank you. So in terms of the legal services, Vlad may wish to come in, but those details are reported as part of the Enabling and Customer Services Committee going forward, and there was an update in the last report, but I'll let Vlad come back on that one. But just before I do, in terms of the recyclate sales, so this is based on the waste that we take in terms of the glass, the cardboard, the different materials there. Now, obviously, market prices fluctuate on a daily and weekly basis, and so the amount of income that we get changes routinely. But there has been some significant changes in the market, and where we had anticipated to get income and where at those levels which have reduced. Now, we assume that based on an average level, and then obviously in terms of the output we can do that as well. But I can certainly get the specifics from the service in terms of what the budgeted actual was, you know, in terms of the average amount for each of the recyclates and against how much we actually received as well.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, just to again, just to second what Gillian has just said in terms of we are reporting that through our overall service plans. Our performance indicators indicate some of these projects that we've got, particularly within the legal and governance portfolio, and happy to provide that detail through that process, but also offline if members wish to ask that direct. Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Convener. It was mentioned about possibly buying older vehicles that were leased. Buying older vehicles, does that possibly increase buying liabilities as such? Because would that not increase the maintenance scheduling and the cost of repairs? If that was the case, I assume that the leasing was a full package. It's not, okay. Right, okay, I'll leave it at that then. But the thing is, buying older vehicles is not always the best idea, I must admit. Thank you.
Thank you. The aging fleet does seem to be an issue, and I think there is work going on to address that going forward, as far as I know. Is there any further questions on this item? No. We'll move to the recommendations. We were asked to withdraw delegation 2.1, which was done. 2.2, note that the community service returned an underspend of 243,000 at the end of financial year 23-24, as detailed Appendix 1. And 2.3, note that the underspend of 243,000 has been transferred to service reserves to support agreed initiatives considered by the Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee on 18th of June 2024. Happy to note. Thank you. Item 8, teacher numbers, Dumfries and Galloway Council position, review and update, report approved by Executive Director Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. Further to the meeting of full Council on 27th of June 2024 and discussions at Leaders and Budget Panel, this paper provides an update on national discussions between councils and the Scottish Government in relation to teacher number requirements and seeks member consideration of the Council's approach to requested discussions with the Scottish Government on this issue. As members were advised in June, the teacher and pupil census information will not be available until 10th of December 2024. Gillian Brightson, Executive Director Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing, is here to assist members with any questions. I now invite members' questions and contributions. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Convener. 4.14, for clarity, I fully support COSLA's leaders' position on teacher numbers as part of a wider issue of councils being allowed to develop their own budget. I fully agree that councils should determine their own budgets, and on that subject, at full council we set our budget based on the will of the majority of councillors and completely separate from the diktat from the Scottish Government. Whenever councillors in Education Committee ask what we can do to support our pupils in the classroom, we are told the most important person in the classroom is the teacher. Our children only get one chance at an education, and I propose that we use the money from the Barnett consequentials to maintain our teacher numbers in light of the attainment challenges our council faces. For clarity, in the Sunday Times list of Scotland's public services, education sat 28 out of 32. At the budget setting meeting at full council in 2024, there was a bun fight between the SNP and Tories to remove the teacher savings from their budget. Ones that were deemed indicative by Councillor McGregor in 2023, and I quote the now leader from the
Councillor Stevenson, can I just interrupt you? It's actually just for the sake of the interpreters. Could you kind of slow down a bit?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. Sorry. So I quote the now leader from Full Council on the 28th of February 2023. We are not taking education savings this year. Government has been clear in their direction to protect teacher numbers. We don't know what will be in future years or what diktat they will throw down at us. And again, this is very separate from this diktat. So just to clarify, we are not taking cuts this year, absolutely not. We have left money in the tank because we do know there needs to be support for education. In the 2024 Bun Fight for Votes, the leader further committed to reducing the pressures within education. Unfortunately, that was followed by, or as a council as a whole. So the administration budget lost, and therefore the wording of the budget was passed was as such with a view to minimise the impact on our teacher numbers. The Labour Group have been clear since our first budget setting on the council term back in 2023. We will not settle a budget based on the reduction of teachers. We are not reaching the attainment levels we should. We are told repeatedly that the teacher is the most important person in the classroom by our officials, so to cut teacher numbers seems madness. It is also against the spirit of the budget agreed at Full Council this year. Again, I propose to maintain teacher numbers in the spirit of the budget set by this council in February. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jameson.
Thanks very much, Convener. I think that the agreement here is to agree that our position in the proposed meeting with the Minister. So our group's discussed this at some length, and our request is that the Council agrees a position that is based on the needs and circumstances in Dumfries and Galloway, which should raise the specific complexity of a region rather than merely mirroring the COSLA position, which is predicated by teachers' numbers being based on pupil numbers rather than need. It's a very simplistic approach that we're all taking, including Dumfries and Galloway education, that teacher numbers reflect pupil numbers in a school, and we all know the diversity of the challenges within our region, depending on socioeconomic, etc., numbers. So it's a very simplistic way of doing things. Now, in recognition of the specific needs of Dumfries and Galloway, we've got a complex, diverse region, geographically, socially. We've got varying levels of poverty, but we've got a mixture of rural and urban challenges, transport, etc. We've got a very specific need. We've also got high levels of multiple deprivation. We've got increasing numbers of ASN, and there's a significant disparity of outcomes for young people, evidenced by our risk register, Scottish Government figures, SQA, and most recently by the local government's benchmarking, which is, as mentioned by Paula, our position in the league table on almost all parameters is really, really poor. And that's no reflection on the ability of our staff or our directorate, but it does raise the issue that we have got particular challenges and that we should be moving away from the allocation of teacher numbers based on pupil numbers. We should be based on the need and the challenges of our region, and we would like that reflected in any discussions with the government. On the financial implications, that the paper talks about 3.4 million that we're not receiving from national government due to reducing people numbers. I reiterate the fact it's not about numbers, it's about need. But we've lost that money. On the other hand, the £145 million that Scottish Government has, we could have a share of 3.9 million that could be utilised to maintain teacher numbers. Now, I agree that it's not as simple as just teacher numbers, it's all staff, and it's how we utilise that staff. But I have to remind you that our own risk register has highlighted many, many risks, and the Scottish Government's, the local government benchmarking is really quite difficult to swallow. And I fully realise that we have got complexities within Dumfries and Galloway that will rationalise some of that. So our position is that D&G position in teaching numbers must be based on the specific needs and challenges of our region, with due regard to the challenges identified in all the data that we've received over that last year. So if we are engaging with government, we need to promote not causeless position. We can reflect on causeless position, but we must be specific in the needs of Dumfries and Galloway.
Thank you. Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Convener. It's to simply second the motion proposed by Councillor Stevenson, but to also say, can we look to put, this is really difficult, so it's not taking away from the challenges faced by our Education Directorate, and it's not about staff and it's not about managers, it's about the situation that we face. It's about trying to get the right teachers in the right place, which is a really challenging one, and something that people are trying to do, but can we look at that along with retaining the money in the budget? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. So clearly I did declare statement of connection. I'm named in the letter from the Scottish Government. I'm just wondering, where 2.1 is asked to note the progress of national discussions. I'm very aware from my privileged position that there was further national discussions last week at COSLA, and I wonder whether it would be appropriate to get an update on what the current position, because we keep referring to the meeting of August, but there's actually been a subsequent meeting since then. So would it be appropriate to give full council an update from those discussions last week? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hagman. I think that actually would be appropriate. Who can provide us with an update on the current situation? Gillian?
I don't understand that to be any concrete update. I think there is a willingness to continue the discussion and a willingness to consider the mitigations, and certainly in the response from the letter of the Cabinet Secretary that we received earlier this week, there's a reaffirmation that the mitigations as set out would be considered if there should be any reduction in pupil numbers for Dumfries and Galloway. And certainly all parties have expressed a wish to consider the teacher numbers in light of a number of other factors. So we are looking at the learning hours question, as well as reduction in class contact, as well as the overall teacher numbers. So it is not simply the blunt figure of the input measure of teacher numbers that COSLA is looking to move on. But we understand the sensitivities of these questions, and the practicalities are that we do have teachers in front of pupils. We have good teachers, we have excellent teachers in front of pupils. The census for this year is underway. We will have confirmation of that by the 8th of October, and we will have the national picture on the 10th of December, the beginning of December. And from that, we will then know what our position is in terms of our total teacher numbers for 2024-25, and then we will engage with the civil servants as required on the total number across Scotland and what that then means for us in Dumfries and Galloway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener, for letting me come back in. I think that is helpful, the response from the Director. I think it is also important to remember that COSLA is led by leaders. So it's really important that we have our position that we can take forward. And there is reference that the Director has said there around learning hours and reduction of class contact time. So I'm just wondering at what point we would establish our position so that that can then be fed into leaders, because I'm very clear that we as 32 local authorities direct COSLA. COSLA does not direct us. Thank you.
Thank you. Leader?
Thank you, Convener. I'm not disagreeing with a huge amount of points that have been made so far. I think the purpose of this, from my perspective, was very much to form a D&G lobbying position as opposed to the COSLA lobbying position, which we know is set by 32 councils. And we do need to look at it from a Dumfries and Galloway lens, with all the issues that Gillian's just mentioned, and our reducing pupil population, mothballing, and other impacts on teacher numbers, because I don't think those are always recognised at the national level. And we very much need to D&G proof this. So that was the intention, I think, in June, when it first came before members. That was the intention behind the letter to the CABSEC. It's disappointing that she's not agreed to meet with us, and is still keeping it in that national space.
because that doesn't give us the opportunity. But I think we need to form a very strong position with all the issues that have been raised today around all of the complexities of teacher numbers and additional support staff in schools and everything that enriches and improves our pupils' education. That's absolutely the most pivotal thing. I just wonder, Paula, Linda, I'm not going to say around competency per se, but making a decision around budget when we're at the start of a budget process, I don't know where that would sit in terms of competency. Probably is the right word, but I understand where you're coming from, but we're in the middle of, well, we've just started another budget round and we're already into the new school year, so I'll maybe take some advice from officers on that as well.
Thank you, Convener. This isn't about setting the budget for next year. This is about implementing what was agreed at the budget for this year, which is a very different thing. And in actual fact, I remember, because I've had to sit and watch all the budget videos again, when we discussed this, there was a lot of discussion around setting a 3-year budget and the importance of it, and then we put forward a 1-year budget purely for these reasons, and now we're here trying to implement a 3-year budget, an indicative 3-year budget with lots of different issues involved in it. I support the COSLA leader's position on we should be able to determine what happens with our own teacher numbers, but that doesn't mean that we need to reduce them per se. We can also increase them or maintain them, and we're asking that what was agreed at budget is maintained using the Barnett consequentials that was asked. Thank you.
Apologies, I may have missed the context of the question there while I was speaking to another councillor, so could you repeat, sorry? If I just help Gillian here, so the leader was just asking about the motion in terms of the motion put forward by Councillor Stevenson, supported by Councillor Dorwood in relation to the decision taken in February around the budget and teacher numbers, and the leader was asking about competency given that the process that we are now moving into in relation to the next 3-year budget cycle. So just asking for clarity in terms of the position on that. Okay, so I think we brought a paper to the last full council in June that basically provided members with details in relation to the budget consequentials that had been received of the 1.78, but also referenced that in relation to the current position on teacher numbers. There was as Councillor Stevenson's indicated, a requirement about maintaining or protecting teacher numbers as part of that, and my understanding that was interlinked to there was lack of clarity in relation to what impact the proposals would have within the budget, and the paper that we put forward to full council provided that certainty in relation to it was unlikely that we would lose resources based on the indications of the mitigations that would be accepted with regards to the Scottish Government. So that was my understanding in terms of that position. In terms of the impacts in terms of the budget, I do think we need to be careful in relation to what restrictions we place on the council and with regards to teacher numbers when we don't yet know the consequences of what will come through in terms of the local government settlement, but the position, in terms of agreeing with the overall COSLA approach would be my recommendation at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Jameson.
Yeah, it's just a point of clarification that you may be able to help them with. The main thing that we'd like to bring forward is there has to be a D&G proposal that we take forward that's not predicated by anything COSLA does, albeit I know some of the stuff we agree with COSLA, but I think it has to reflect. And one of the issues that is a probably existential issue is that very simplistic idea that pupil numbers and teacher numbers are directly consequential. The specific question I'd like to ask at the moment is, we know that we're told that over the last 3 years it's cost us we've got 3.4 million less because of our declining pupil numbers. I'm also of the understanding that the 145 million Scottish Government funding is worth 3.9 million, but only if we maintain teacher numbers based on. Now, in the short term, my very simplistic mind tells me we take that 3.9 million because we'll maintain our teacher numbers, which we can utilise. I have no doubts we can utilise them. And 4.4 bullet point 3, we talk about that the number of teachers should be related to pupil numbers and therefore number of classes. That's far too simplistic. Teachers do more than just stand in a class, especially when you look at the circumstances of our current pupil. We've got troublesome children, we've got troubled children, all the rest of it. So I would, if that's the correct interpretation that I have, then this actual agenda point is just agreeing how we take this forward in terms of support and causal. I suggest we put a Dumfries and Galloway slant in it on a wider issue in reference to Paula's call, is that 3.9 million could be really quite useful for us in employing teachers at no cost to ourselves, and it will compensate for some of that 3.4 million that we lost over the last 3 years, if you follow my understanding. So one, I think we're all agreed that we need a Dumfries and Galloway position. And secondly, on the maintenance of numbers just now, you know, the opportunity cost of taking that 3.9 million, we don't get it if we don't employ teachers. So if we employ the teachers, we do get it. So the opportunity cost of that is fairly obvious to me.
Thank you. I think it is important what you've just said there, Councillor Jameson, that we are asked to consider and agree the key points going forward. Gillian.
Thank you. Can I just clarify in relation to the resources and the figures? So the £3.4 million is what we call a distribution loss, and that's as part of the local government finance settlement, whereby they have a quantum of resources for various aspects across the whole council services, which are distributed based on various factors or formula. Now, there are a number of education ones that are associated with pupil numbers, and because our pupil numbers are reducing, our share of those resources reduces year on year as our pupil numbers reduce. And so it's nothing associated with the actual number of teacher numbers that we have. It is purely associated with a distribution methodology. So we've lost £3.4 million over the last 3 years, and we fully anticipate to lose probably in excess of that at the upcoming settlement, because of the fact that our pupil numbers are reducing by the 380 pupils that are referenced within the report. In terms of the 3.9 million, this is it's not additional resources. It's resources that are currently within the settlement, which the Scottish Government have chosen to take out of the general revenue grant and put into the specific grant on the basis of ensuring that councils maintain pupil numbers. With the 10 taken out as part of the savings or as part of the reflective savings, we will still anticipate to get that £3.9 million in full, because the mitigations that have been indicated within the letter would allow us to be able to meet that requirement. So there's no projected loss or risk in terms of that £3.9 million, and it's not additional resources, it's effectively to support what we have at the moment.
Yeah, thank you. I was well aware of all that you said, but it was useful to get that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Convener. It's looking at 4.7 in the table, and having been denied the 3.4 million by the Scottish Government over the last 3 years, I was wondering if the Director of Education could quantify the impact on the learning experience of our pupils through that time, and what would have been the benefits if we had had that money.
Gillian, that's a big question.
It is indeed a big question, Leader and Convener. Thank you for the question. It's, as Councillor Jimison said, it is never an exact science, and it's difficult to correlate cost per pupil with outcome. It's always difficult to do that. But what I can confirm that over that period of time, we have lost, if you like, we have reduced our pupil roll by around 500 pupils. So between 22 and 23, and then projected until 2024, we're losing around 500 pupils. And that prediction will continue to fall, as members are well aware. In 2022, we employed 1,389 teachers, and although we lost 280 pupils, in 2023, we employed more teachers. So we employed 14 more teachers last year, although our pupil roll was dropping. And what the Dumfries and Galloway position that this paper puts forward is looking at a fair and reasonable target, and looking to Scottish Government and to the Cabinet Secretary to look towards our 2024 target, because our 2024 target is 1,403 teachers, which in effect is 14 more teachers than we employed the previous year, even although in total we will have lost around 500 pupils. So I do understand that it's not a straightforward calculation in terms of number of classes, and our teacher workforce are critical to the outcomes of our young people, but we have a falling roll, quite a sharply declining roll, and we recognise the financial position of the council and all the staff that work in our schools. We currently employ 509 learning assistants, and that's 14,450 hours of learning assistant time. And clearly we want to make the best possible use of the resources that we have, given that we have a falling roll and the impact that that means to the distribution that Gillian has just referred to. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that help, Andrew? Thank you. Archie, Councillor Dryborough.
Yes, thanks, Convener. I just want to bring it back to process of this particular report. Now, we've had a proposal for a motion from Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Dorward, and now the leader has asked whether that was competent or not. I believe it is, but I would like to understand from governance whether that motion is competent, and if it is, then surely we must go forward with the motion unless there's an amendment comes forward.
Thank you. Vlad.
Thank you, Convener. I've been trying to get my head around it all. So in terms of the motion, I think if I captured it right, is in essence to use the Barnett consequential to maintain teacher numbers, if I can maybe just summarise it as simply as that. However, just looking at, first and foremost, what was agreed at full council in terms of the budget, just for clarity for all members, is to review the impact of the potential significant additional funding that may come to this council following the UK Government's spring budget, and details of any distribution agreed between COSLAT and Scottish Government, with a view to minimise the impact on our teachers in light of ongoing wider discussions nationally. This would be taken at full council or the appropriate committee. What you've got in front of you is, as I understand, is not that specific review, and I think if I understand correctly from the service, there's still a census and various other things that members may want to consider as part of that review and that decision, but I'll maybe stand corrected from other officers on that. So the main question from a governance perspective is, do members have enough to make that decision today in terms of those impacts and those issues that are not straightforward in terms of teacher numbers, bearing in mind the census and various other considerations that members will need to have when making that specific decision. So although I recognise the debate that happened at budget, what was minuted was that a review would be carried out, and my understanding is that this paper doesn't give you that. This paper gives you an update of where we are nationally, which is part of the consideration, but not that full review. But I'll maybe seek from other officers to confirm the position on that.
Thank you. Vlad, would it be helpful if we had the actual wording of any motion as well? Councillor Thompson, you might come in.
Yeah, thanks. And yes, please, could we have a copy of the wording and maybe take a few minutes just to get a look at that? What I would say is that for me at the moment, I take Vlad's advice there, in the sense that I think the intention of the budget when it was agreed was that we needed to make sure that that budget was protected, if you like, until we knew what the outcome of all these discussions was, effectively, which we don't. And I think while I have, there's a lot of alignment with the COSLA position in the paper, what it doesn't do is, I suppose, recognise that actual pupil-teacher ratio numbers, etc., don't necessarily reflect our rural, primary and secondary sort of makeup. I wouldn't want us to be limited by that. I think the key thing about the COSLA position is that we should have that local flexibility, but it's quite nuanced in certain areas across Dumfries and Galloway, and particularly around, okay, we have 1,403 FTEs teachers, of which 12.75 are funded by PEF, so there's complications in that area as well. And the thing is, if I wanted to know, well, where are all the biology teachers? You know, we could have loads of teachers, but they're maybe not the right ones in the right place. So I think we need to be able to reflect our local position, and I would hopefully we could find a way to be able to agree to do that now, but provisionally hold what we had agreed at budget was we want to have that element of the budget protected until we can bottom this out. So I think while I've got a lot of sympathy for the motion, I would suggest that can we keep it provisionally there, because we're still waiting on that outcome to be determined, and we really need to get that our voice in the mix with the Scottish Government and the Cabinet Secretary. So, but in the meantime, can we see the motion? Thank you.
Thank you. So it would be helpful if we could circulate the motion, and I'm not sure if it's entirely appropriate or not, but if we were going to have a break, we might as well have a lunch as well. So we'll take Councillor Hislop first.
Chair, it was down to the fact some of the points have been raised. The census hasn't been done, so do we have a reduction in school teachers yet? If we do, we're too late in putting the money in, because we could get clobbered by the Scottish Government anyway for taking those reductions if they're there. And if they're not there, we're putting money into a budget that doesn't need it. The other thing is, from anecdotal evidence, whether it's true or not, last year saw a reduction in our attainment, yet we had more teachers. If you look at numbers, it doesn't always add up, and I think Councillor Thompson makes the right point. It's the right people in the right place, and I don't know if we have the right number of teachers in the right number of places, because if you look at it in numbers again, it's a number coming in at the bottom that's reducing. So it's maybe we need to look at the distribution between primary and secondary teachers to see if actually we can get the right people in the right place. We hear every time we go to parent councils, they can't get biology teachers, they can't get home ec teachers, they can't get woodwork teachers, computer teachers, and we need to see if we can get the right people in the right place. And that seems to be the problem, I think. By putting the money in just now, I don't know if it's going to do the job or not, because we don't know if we've got an issue.
Thank you. I think you're actually just as well, you're reinforcing Councillor Jameson's point about the fact that it's the right people in the right place, rather than just using teacher numbers as a crude measure. If I'm asked to. Councillor Jameson.
Yeah, I agree with Ivor up to a point. Teachers not just about teaching a subject. The challenge we have in education at the moment is we've got a lot of problematic children. We've got violence against staff. We've got significant increase in ESN. So it's not just about subject teachers being in the right place at the right time. But I do agree with you. We need to get that balance right. But going back to the very simplistic pupil numbers, teacher numbers, it just doesn't stack up, because the challenges in society now are different. The way that we teach is different. I could make the case strongly that we need more guidance teachers. It's a hobby horse of mine, but I think it's really important that we get that. So it's not, I don't disagree with Ivor at all, but it's much more complex. And one of the problems, one of the existential problems, is that the Scottish Government decide very simply, you've got X number of pupils, you get X number of teachers. Well, it's much more complex than that. I think we've got to recognise the fact that Dumfries and Galloway have got serious problems, because on the face of it, the benchmarking suggests we're not doing too well. They'll accept there's less pupils and there's the same number of teachers, but we don't have that balance in terms of how to utilise these teachers, how much is going to guidance, how much is going to support, that sort of thing. Because if you can put a maths teacher in front of 30 children, but if a third of those children are not capable of even taking anything in, then we don't get outcomes because the children are not taking it in. So it's much more complex than just teacher numbers. It's how we utilise them and what kind of priorities we have.
Thank you, Councillor Jameson. We have the word in here, but governance is wanting to check up on a few things. So I would propose that we actually just adjourn for lunch at the moment, and we'll resume this when we come back. So if we can reconvene at 1:20 Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, members. Is there anyone want to make any other contributions before we move to the recommendations and the motion? No. No. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, no, it was just to say, presumably we're operating on the motion as presented up there on the screen. Because it's, yeah, so it's just reflected a couple of word changes since before we left. Yeah.
Can we confirm that is the motion that's on the screen? Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, I just added in just the additional partner consequentials to ensure that it was pretty clarified that they were coming from the additional Barnett consequentials, not from the Barnett consequentials.
Thank you. Leader.
Thank you very much, Convener. I'm looking at what the report's asking of us, and I note at the second recommendation that we're being asked to look at 4.14, and I think that was my point earlier on, that this is the position that's been set out, aligning to the COSLA position. That's absolutely fine, but I think we do need to Dumfries and Galloway proof it, and we've had some narrative from the director around rurality and various other challenges, and certainly we've mentioned mothballing, reduction in pupil role, and lots of other things. So I think that what I would like to do, and I'm maybe going to look to Councillor Jameson, because I know that you've got some really good ideas as well, is to add to that 4.14. Otherwise, we're not establishing a Dumfries and Galloway position, we're just continuing with the COSLA position. And I thought the whole purpose of this was to establish a Dumfries and Galloway lobbying position, so that when we go to COSLA, we can reflect that absolutely. So I'm maybe just looking for a wee bit of input from members.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I wondered, I mean, obviously there's probably a lot captured, you know, with the likes of Councillor Jameson, Councillor Hislop, myself, other contributors, just in terms of the variation across the region at primary, secondary, subject level, etc., even down to the point of the whole mechanism of the census, which regularly comes under scrutiny and criticism at COSLA, and yet there's been very little movement on how that's done. So I think there's, if we can capture that, and I don't know if it'd be worth something that gets sounded around group leaders. So if there is an impending meeting with the Cabinet Secretary or Scottish Government officials, if that could be, if we could provide additional detail that reflects maybe the concerns that each group has, because it's probably hard to pin it down just through a discussion. But we can certainly capture the spirit of that, I would suggest today, and then add to what's already there as a COSLA position, which I think we're broadly in agreement with, but there's some nuances and details that I think are particular to various localities across the region. I don't know if that's helpful, but if we could maybe involve, through a leaders panel or informing group leaders to maybe feed into that, if that's maybe an appropriate way forward across the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further comment on that? Now, we have a motion. Do we have an amendment?
Thank you again, Convener. I would just be happy to move the recommendations with the caveat that Councillor Thompson's just mentioned in respect to 4.14, and possibly, if it's appealing to group leaders, if an opportunity for a meeting arises with the CABSEC, that we ensure that all group leaders are able to attend that as well.
Okay, so what we're saying is the amendment is as per the report, is that correct? With Councillor Thompson?
So I think there's two things going on here as far as I can understand it. So one is the motion, which I think we should deal with as a standalone motion. But in terms of the key points to be used to support the Council's approach requested meeting with the Scottish Government Minister, I think that's more about the discursive points around what our local nuance needs are, where it's sort of, there's broad alignment with COSLA perhaps, but there's actually local factors that aren't captured, and we need to make that case for our own region, having regard to COSLA's position as well. So I think they're two separate things. At least that's how I've understood it. So happy to go to the motion first, because that's procedural, probably needs to get done. And then in terms of the other point, about 2.2, happy to go with what the leader's suggestion in terms of taking on board that and having a group leader's invitation to that meeting if it happens.
Thank you. Councillor Hislop.
Chair, in light that we don't have sufficient information with regard to the teacher numbers, could we continue the status quo, which is to defer a decision on the use of the consequentials until that decision is made in accordance with the decision we took earlier in the year? I would move so.
Thank you. So you're making an amendment on that basis. Do you have a seconder? Councillor McGregor?
Happy to second.
Thank you. So are we ready to go to the vote on that, lad?
Thank you, Convener. For clarity for all members, so we had the motion up on the screen, which was proposed by Councillor Stevenson, and I think it was seconded by Councillor Dorward. Is that correct? Yep. Do we have have you got the screen for the motion? I don't have it. Right, okay. If we could just go back to the motion, just to be clear for all members, because there were a couple of changes to it. Thank you, Tracy. And that's as detailed on the screen. I propose that we use the money from the additional Barnett consequences to maintain our teacher numbers in light of the attainment challenges our council faces for 24-25. Is that correct in terms of the motion? And in terms of the amendment that's proposed by Councillor Hislop and seconded by the leader, is to defer the decision on the use of the Barnett consequential monies. Is that correct? Until such time as you've got more facts. Okay, so that's the motion and amendment. Are members clear on the voting of that? We'll go straight into the roll call. Convener?
Amendment.
Deputy Convener?
Amendment.
Councillor Bell?
Amendment.
Councillor Beretti?
Motion.
Councillor Blake?
Amendment.
Sorry, Councillor Blake, could you say that again?
Amendment.
Amendment. Councillor Brodie?
Amendment.
Councillor Dougie Campbell?
Motion.
Councillor John Campbell?
Motion.
Councillor Ian Carruthers?
Amendment.
Councillor Karen Carruthers?
Amendment.
Councillor Dashburn?
Motion.
Councillor Davis?
Amendment.
Councillor Dempster?
Amendment.
Councillor Dennerley?
Motion.
Councillor Dorward?
Motion, please.
Councillor Drybrough?
Motion.
Councillor Drysdale?
Amendment, please. I was out the room, but I was next door watching the screen, so I don't know if governance will let me vote, but I think I was involved enough as I'd listened to the amendment before. Thanks.
Councillor Ferguson?
Motion.
Councillor Giusti?
Amendment.
Councillor Hagman?
Motion, please.
Councillor Hill?
Amendment.
Councillor Howie?
Motion.
Councillor Hislop?
Amendment.
Councillor Ingalls?
Amendment.
Councillor Jamieson?
Motion.
Councillor Johnson?
Amendment.
Councillor Jordan?
Motion, please.
Councillor Little?
Motion.
Councillor Lowe?
Motion.
Councillor McCammon?
Amendment.
Amendment. Councillor McFarlane?
Motion.
Councillor Mayo?
Amendment.
Councillor Marsh?
Amendment.
Councillor Marshall?
Motion.
Councillor Scobie? Councillor Scobie? Might not be on the meeting. I'll come back to him. Councillor Slater?
Amendment.
Councillor Stevenson? And Councillor Scobie? Okay, don't think Councillor Scobie's in the meeting. So as members will see... oh, sorry. No. Apologies. Yes. Apologies, everybody. Councillor Stitt?
Motion.
Councillor Thompson?
Motion.
Councillor Walters?
Motion, please.
Councillor Wilson?
Motion, please.
Councillor Wood? Not in the meeting. Okay. Councillor Young? Okay, Councillor Young, Wood and Councillor Scobie not present currently. Okay, so second time round. Councillor Young, one last chance.
Motion, please.
Okay. Okay, I think we are this time, and the final total, as members will see, is motion 22, amendment 19. Okay, members can see that the motion is carried.
Thank you. So we'll now move on to the recommendations. Members are asked 2.1 to note the progress of the national discussions regarding the requirements in councils in relation to the maintenance of teacher numbers as set out in section 4. 2. Consider and agree the proposed key points to be used to support the council's approach in the requested meeting with the Scottish Government on teacher number requirements as set out in paragraph 414. Stephen, can you come in with what added there?
Yeah, and I think it's really just to go back to what Councillor McGregor was saying in terms of you know, that additional local information and involving the group leaders in any sort of upcoming discussions to kind of bottom that out, if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. Just, I think the way that I've captured it, and we can refine that, but in essence is the principle of kind of Dumfries and Galloway proofing is taken on board and in essence consulted through the leaders panel.
Thank you. And 2.3, note that further updates on the national discussions and Scottish Government requirements in relation to teacher numbers will be provided to the full council, including the results of the annual census of pupil and teacher numbers when available as set out in 4.15. So we're happy to note that. So now move on to item 9. Oh, sorry, Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks for letting me in. It's on item 9. There you go.
It's not quite started that yet.
Well, you've got to be quick in this council, I'll tell you. Right. Do you want me just to go on item 9?
Let me just do my wee preamble first.
Do your preamble first and then come back to me if you could, please.
Item 9, consultation delivery of curriculum of transformation, 4.5-day week, progress update, report approved by Executive Director, Education, Skills and Community and Wellbeing. In accordance with Standing Order 13.1, full council is required to withdraw delegation to consider issues which concern matters that have been delegated to committees. This matter is delegated to Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Committee and is presented to full council to update all members on progress as the next meeting of Education, Skills and Community and Wellbeing Committee is close to the closing date of the consultation period on the 11th of October 2024. And is at this point you want to come in, Councillor Ferguson?
Thank you very much, Convener, for letting me in so quickly. Just at 2.1, I'm moving that we do not remove delegation for 2 reasons. One is that the consultation is still ongoing, so it could compromise that and potentially flaw the outcome. And also that the fact that this is already scheduled in to come to a special meeting in November, which is only a couple of weeks away, why are we even discussing it here today? So I'm moving that we don't withdraw delegation.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Convener. Given the feedback from constituents, staff members and the unions via elected members, the general feeling is that the consultation question set is biased, misleading and designed to guide...
Councillor Hill, I'll have to stop you there. We're actually at the point at the moment where we're deciding whether we're removing delegation.
Okay.
So we have a proposal from Councillor Ferguson, and is it seconded? Councillor Wilson.
I'm happy to second Councillor Ferguson. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ian Crothers.
Propose we remove delegation. Convener.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Happy to second that.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Hill. So we'll move on to the vote on removing delegation.
I'll sum up whilst we bring it up on the screen. Councillor Ferguson has moved that in terms of 2.1, we don't remove delegation, and that was seconded by Councillor Wilson. And in terms of the amendment from Councillor Young-Carruthers, it is to withdraw delegations, and that was seconded by Councillor Hill. Is everyone clear on the motion and amendment? Okay, so we'll proceed to the roll call. Convener?
Amendment.
Deputy Convener?
Amendment.
Councillor Bell?
Amendment.
Councillor Beretti?
Motion.
Councillor Blake?
Amendment.
Amendment. Councillor Brodie?
Amendment.
Councillor Dougie Campbell?
Motion.
Councillor John Campbell?
Motion.
Councillor Ian Carruthers?
Amendment.
Councillor Karen Carruthers?
Amendment.
Councillor Dashbar?
Motion.
Councillor Davis?
Amendment.
Councillor Dempster?
Amendment.
Councillor Dennerley?
Motion.
Councillor Dorward?
Motion, please.
Councillor Drybrat?
Motion.
Councillor Drysdale?
Amendment, please.
Could we scroll right down, Tracy? Just I don't miss it this time. Councillor Ferguson?
Motion.
Councillor Giusti?
Amendment.
Councillor Hagman?
Motion, please.
Councillor Hill?
Amendment.
Councillor Howie?
Motion.
Councillor Hislop?
Amendment.
Councillor Ingalls?
Amendment.
Councillor Jamieson?
Motion.
Councillor Johnson?
Amendment.
Councillor Jordan?
Motion, please.
Councillor Little?
Motion.
Councillor Lowe?
Motion.
Councillor McCammon?
Amendment.
Councillor McFarlane?
Motion.
Councillor Mayo?
Amendment.
Councillor Marsh?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Marshall?
Motion, please.
Councillor Scobie? Not present still. Okay. Councillor Slater?
Amendment.
Councillor Stevenson?
Motion, please.
Councillor Stitt?
Motion.
Councillor Thompson?
Motion.
Councillor Walters?
Motion, please.
Councillor Wilson?
Motion, please.
Councillor Wood?
Amendment.
And Councillor Young?
Motion, please.
Okay, as members will see, we've got 22 for the motion, 20 for the amendment, and therefore the motion's carried.
Thank you, members. We can now move on to item 10. Licensing Scotland Act 2005, Dumfries and Galloway Licensing Board. Report approved by Assistant Director, Governance and Human Resources. This report seeks election of members to the new single licensing board for Dumfries and Galloway as agreed by Dumfries and Galloway Council Committee on 27th of June 2024. Sharon Davison, Licensing Manager, and Vlad Valiente, Assistant Director, Governance and Human Resources, are here to assist members with any questions. Nominations have been sought in advance for today's meeting, and have they been circulated to members? Vlad.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, they have been circulated, and as members hopefully will see it on the screen, that's the take-up and the nominations, and subject to members being in agreement with that, that's us got 10 which is the maximum that you can have under the legislation.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, comments? Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, well, thanks, Convener. And sort of finally, we're getting to the point where we embarked on this journey many years ago. But I think getting the 10 is good. I'm just sort of conscious that Wigton seems underrepresented a little bit, given some of the discussions we've had on the way to reach this point. I'm just sort of wondering if there are opportunities to, how would, if we did need to change licensing board members, for example, as we go forward. We've got 10 today, which is what I think we're sort of looking to agree, which is fine. But what mechanism is there to sort of replace, or if we needed substitutes or whatever, particularly if people are keen to have their locality represented, which seemed to be very important as we considered this process. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I should also point out to yourself, Convener, just that there are certain recommendations that we need to go through procedurally before we get to that point, but I think it's important just for members to see the full slate, because I don't think members have seen all the nominations until now. In terms of the question about substitution, that there is no substitution as such within the licensing board, but there is opportunity for changing of that membership. The issue with that, and members will be well versed on it, is that those that are in the licensing board have to attend training for that specific licensing board, and therefore if we do have any changes they'll need to go through the training, but that's something that we do as a matter of course, and we ensure that the relevant members are trained up for the delivery of that. So full council can make those decisions as and when required. The recommendations from Rosso are that you should have a minimum of 1 per each of the historic areas that you've got there, those 4 areas as they currently stand, and that would meet the Rosso recommendation in terms of what we've currently got.
Thank you. Is there any further comment? Councillor Hislop.
Chair, move the recommendations as they stand. In 2.2, I would move that we have 10 members on the board, because we've to determine a number, and just to expedite the process, agree the rest.
Thanks. So, Councillor Dryborough.
Yeah, happy to second what Councillor Hislop just said.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe.
Just before that point, we'd just like to raise the point that previously, obviously, we've had a member who's been on 2 boards and had to take the training twice. Can we write to the appropriate authority to ask about the streamlining of this qualification that you have to take? For example, those of us who wish to stand again next time. If there aren't major changes in licensing law, do we have to take it again and to just streamline constantly having to retake a qualification to get on the committee? Thanks.
Now, my understanding was the training was for a specific licensing board, and this is going to be one licensing board, so there will be one set of training. Can you verify that?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, that is correct. So, as the licensing board is elected, the training must be undertaken within a specified time of that. But we have actually raised this through the Solar Licensing Forum just to seek the views of other licensing boards as well, and do intend to lobby just to potentially look at other alternatives in relation to maybe a time restriction on the training rather than when it's appointed to a certain board. So we are following that up on members' behalf as well.
Thank you. Councillor Hill. Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
It's been raised already. Thank you.
Councillor Lowe.
Just a clarification on the training. Those of us who go onto the board this time, if the board structure does not change and on re-election in 2027, does our training still stand?
No, unfortunately not, because after the local election the board has to be re-elected, and following the election of that board it could be completely different board members, or it could be substantive members as well, but it is another requirement to have the training undertaken again, unfortunately.
It seems to be a very onerous thing. It seems a bit ridiculous that people have to train and retrain. But we are where we are. That's the legislation. So,
can I just come in?
Vlad.
Yeah, just I absolutely understand members' concerns about this, and hopefully members will see that within the report we've stated that officers have noted the concerns raised by members in respect of the legislative training requirements, and will look to lobby for change for legislation and training requirements, so we're already doing that.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much. Just picking up what Vlad's just said there. It is onerous. It has been onerous for a long time. And to add weight, I would suggest that the officers work with the relevant authorities. It would actually be really helpful if this council actually backed that and actually supported the officers in that process. So whether you need to make that as an extra recommendation, but I think we should be writing to whoever the relevant body is within the wider Scottish Government to seek or support the option of streamlining this process. I mean, just to put it into perspective, if Vlad was to go to work for Cumbria Council, he wouldn't have to resit his exams, right? Yeah, put it into context, right? So why should we, if we decide to go somewhere else? I think that's my point. Yeah.
He might actually have to reset some of his exams because he's a Scottish lawyer. So.
I'm thinking about after Carlisle's been subsumed into Scotland, but never mind.
Vlad, do you want to come in?
Yeah, and I take the point. I'm in members' hands. We're already doing some lobbying through different routes. We're happy to obviously formalise that in the way that we formalise other lobbying positions in terms of the leader having to. We can do that later, and the leader can sign that on behalf of the council if members are content and happy with that.
Thank you. So can we just move to the recommendations on this, please? Members are asked to agree at 2.1 to appoint chairs. No, I'm on the next item. Getting ahead of myself. Members are asked to note, consider and agree the delegations as recommended by Review of Standard Orders Subcommittee on 10 September 2024, as detailed in paragraph 4.15 and the appendix to this report. 2.2, determine the number of members that on the new Dumfries and Galloway licensed boards will consist of 10 members. Are we happy to agree that? Yes. 2.3, elect members to the new Dumfries and Galloway licensing board, ideally with at least one member from each current board division, noting that the effective date will be the date of this decision, and that on election of members to the Dumfries and Galloway licensing board, each of the 4 divisional boards are dissolved in law as of that same date.
That's the nomination.
And that's the nominations on the screen. Okay, 2.4, appoint the Assistant Director of Governance and Human Resources as clerk to the Licensing Board. And 2.5, delegate to the clerk all actions normally delegated to the convener of the Licensing Boards as detailed at paragraph 4.13 of this report, and also 1.6.6 of the Licensing Board's Licensing Policy Statement, the Dumfries and Galloway Licensing Policy Statement, on dumgal.gov.uk until a convener has been appointed at the first meeting of the new single licensing board. So we're happy to note 1 and agree 2 to 5. Thank you. Item 11, appointment of new committee chairs, vice chairs and senior councillor positions. Report by Assistant Director Governor of Human Resources. This report seeks to appoint chairs and vice chairs of the new strategic committees and new subcommittee and to agree the roster of new senior councillor positions. Vlad Valiente, Assistant Director Governance and Human Resources, is available to assist members with any questions. Vlad, can you give members a brief overview of what is being asked of members in line with the report in front of us today?
Yes, thank you. The first point, I think, is in terms of the dates. The dates are incorrectly stated as the 28th of June. Obviously, will be the 3rd of October for both 2.1 and 2.2. And the ask in terms of the report is that appointments to the service committees are appointed in terms of both the chair and vice chair. That's the first part, and the second part is the appointments in terms of the senior councillor remunerated positions to be considered, as well as there's up to 8 new senior appointments that need to be applied by the council. So that's the ask from members, and I am aware that there have been a couple of slates that have come in, but I'll leave that for through the process.
Thank you. Leader.
Thank you, Convener. I'll be succinct, and I think this is very much a housekeeping exercise to appoint the chairs and vice chairs to the vacant positions on the new committees as a consequence of the council restructure. And accepting that we do have an existing administration, I would propose our slate, which officers are in possession of, and so move our slate as read, which will be distributed to you all.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Really sorry. We're not putting a slate forward. That's why I've not received one from us. But what I would just like to say is, a year ago, members, excluding the Labour group and a couple of others, voted through the chief officer restructure at a cost to the council, giving some chief officers a pay rise of £15,000. We believe the right and proper thing to do would be to appoint 6 senior councillors to the new strategic committees resulting from the restructure, and take the other 2 as savings, given the financial challenges faced by our council. I'd like to move that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, we were just happy to second the motion, the amendment. I think we've made it quite clear right from the very start, Labour Group, our position with regards to the restructure. I think actually what we have seen is an additional cost to the council, when we've seen chief officers raised from 6 to 15 that receive a salary of 100,000 or more. So we do feel that we're not putting any names forward from the Labour Group, but we do feel that there is maybe a responsibility on members to do the right thing and identify some sort of small saving going forward, albeit that it's just on the senior councillor remuneration. So it's really just a second to reduce the number to 6, and that would be on the chairs and the vice chairs of the strategic committees. And because the tackling poverty, inequalities and housing sub is a subcommittee, then we suggest that that should not get a senior council allowance.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
I would like to second Councillor McGregor's proposal, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. So I think obviously 2.1 is really that standing order 4.5.3, and just in light of not just the discussions today, but it's we're obviously aware that this council's, I suppose, running with our budget, which was voted through this year. So I think it falls to us. I mean, we can't do anything else than to take the opportunity when we can to try and make sure we can help shape and oversee the delivery of that budget, even though we recognise that you're the convener and Gail's the leader as things stand. So, but however, we have proposed an alternative slate, and it won't be pleasing to all members, but equally it's down to this chamber to decide which one they want to go forward, or if indeed any can go forward competently. I think I'd rather deal with 2.1 first, because I know obviously finances are very important to the way we do business, but I don't want to make it about the money. So 2.2 we can pick up separately in the order that is presented there. So I think we've got a slate. I've circulated to the proper governance officers so they can circulate that as well. And if we need to take a few minutes, that's fine, or we can just go straight to considerations. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a... No, we need to have a seconder.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, I'm happy to second Councillor Thompson in terms of the SNP slate. I think absolutely it's appropriate we determine the first aspect and then move on to the second part of the recommendations in reference to senior councillor roles. The only point I would say at this point is these are set by Scottish Government and there is a review on SLARC and the roles and responsibilities of senior councillors, and I think we need to maybe take into account when we get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you. On that basis, I think we'll call a 15-minute recess to circulate the slates and have a look. Thank you. Members, that's quarter past. So we have two slates. We have an motion and amendment. So I would just propose we go for item 2.1, and we'll deal with item recommendation 2.2 after. Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, Chair, thanks. Yeah, and I know that we've got a separate motion on 2.2. It's just in relation to, we've had a look at both slates when we've been out, the Labour group, and we've got concerns on both slates for different reasons. But that probably on the slate that's been proposed by the SNP, and they're quite right to identify anyone within, within the council to go on these, but we feel as Labour councillors that to accept or these to go forward to a vote would suggest that we could potentially be part of a future administration, and these could be political appointments. So on that basis, we would like to remove from the SNP slate all the Labour councillors, apart from Archie Dryborough in his role as Vice Chair of Audit, Risk and Scrutiny, because we see that as an opposition position. So on that basis, we'd be quite happy to go forward to the vote if that was done.
Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Convener. I'd like to second the motion proposed by Councillor Marshall. Whilst it's the right of anybody to nominate anybody on a slate, and we respect that position, it was done without consultation, without permission. And if it went through as it is, another group is asking us to support what would be a Tory-led administration because they're not putting forward a convener or a vice convener, which is interesting. So for that reason, I support Councillor Marshall's motion and to take our names from that slate, please. Thank you.
Okay, through yourself, convener, this is a conundrum I've not had in the past. However, what we do have is a counter amendment, an amendment and a motion as it currently stands. I think that's probably the kind of procedural point. Obviously, there's a technical element of it that in terms of that amendment from the SNP, if that were to be agreed by full council, then obviously there would be a very clear position from the Labour group that you wouldn't be taking those places, and that's the position from Labour on it. And I don't know if on that basis that there is any changes to the amendment as such before we proceed to, in essence, 3 votes. So it'll be counter v amendment and then the motion.
Councillor Ian Crothers and then Councillor Thompson.
Thanks. No, so my point would be that that point should be put to the mover of the counter amendment because it's a request, I would say, rather than a motion. I say that with respect to the mover and the seconder, which has been moved. It's a request for that for the slate to be altered, and if it's not, then it's already been accepted, I think, by the Labour group and the wider council. Is that actually they've got that right to do that. But obviously, particular people who are on that slate will have their decisions to make whether they voted for that or not. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 slates, and it's in now. It's been circulated. Happy enough to go to the vote.
Leader.
Yeah, it's possibly just a point of clarification from Vlad. If the Labour group's names are to be removed from that, we're not actually doing what we're required to do here, which is fill positions to 3 service committees and 1 subcommittee. So we would continue to have vacancies, which is not an efficient way to operate this council, and will potentially again put the council into disrepute.
Vlad.
Thank you. Through yourself, convener. I think it's a valid point in terms of the report. The report is very clear in terms of the ask from officers, which is to appoint chairs and vice chairs. to those committees as set out in the report. But I do accept that the slate as proposed by the SNP group, I think, will address the chair element of it, will not address all of it, because you clearly got a position which the Labour group would not be taking up the positions as per the slate. So I'm in your hands in terms of how to progress that, but we do have a valid amendment, albeit it's again not fulfilling the ask from officers in terms of the report.
Councillor Wood.
Thanks, Convener. Surely it's incompetent if you've got a slate that the people haven't even been discussed or been in any discussion with, then that's a piece of bloody nonsense. That's the bottom line, seriously. Christ, if they can't talk to one another, then...
Councillor Wood, just moderate the language a bit, please.
Apologies for that. But it's just very frustrating to be sitting here and getting this presented to you and they haven't even talked to one another, honestly.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, so I would just say there's two slates in front of you, and you know, I think as Vlad has kind of advised, we can go to a vote, and the voting should sort all this out anyway, so it's either vote for it or don't. It's very simple. So I mean, and then if there's a subsequent issue in terms of filling places or whatever, then we can address that. But what we've been asked to do is 2.1, and there's two offers on the table. There's a motion amendment. Procedurally, I don't see the issue with just going to the vote and letting it resolve itself democratically. Thank you.
Thank you. I would tend to agree, but Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, and just to inform Councillor Wood, you know, anyone's entitled to submit names on that, so you know, it doesn't contribute in anything. I will just say one thing, yeah, happy for it to go, well, not happy for it to go forward with the names on it, but really just to record that we did, you know, prior to this this morning, we requested that all our names be removed from the slate, so we'll just put that on record.
Thank you. I think we will put that on record. So. Councillor Dempster.
No, I've just got the same thing, say the same thing, Chair. I think we will compromise the position in the Labour group because they've made a political position and this slate will go into the public domain and members of the public will assume that they've signed up to this document, and I think that's unkind. I don't know how you resolve that, but this document will go into the public domain and the Labour group are quite clear they don't be aligned or don't wish to be aligned at this stage. And I think in their interest, you need to address that somehow before we go to any vote.
I think if Councillor Marshall is happy with it being recorded, that yeah, and noted in the minute, I think that should cover it. And I think they've made their position perfectly clear in this meeting. So I think if Councillor Marshall, which he says he's happy with that, so I would propose we just go to the vote on the slate. Councillor Crothers.
So I'm not trying to stifle debate on it, but Councillor McGregor brought up the point. I just want this point absolutely clear and it's out there. So for by the counter amendment, I think it is, no. Not satisfy the needs of the requirement because we've already been told those positions will not be taken up. So therefore, we'll have to come back and revisit that at some point. I think that's been alluded to. That is competent. That's all I need to be clear. And if it is, I'll say no more.
Thank you. We'll just go to the vote. So.
I think, through yourself, Convener, I think the position, just to be clear for everybody, and it's a difficult one because I can understand that, you know, you can nominate others and not be in agreement with that. I think, in essence, if the counter amendment, and the position I'm taking is if the counter amendment, as it stands, if that's agreed, then obviously you've got a very clear position in terms of the Labour group, which is being stated categorically in advance of that, and therefore you wouldn't be appointing to those. Has the counter amendment been withdrawn? Yeah. So back to so in essence, a categoric statement's come from the Labour group in that regard, and that's going to be recorded, and therefore that counter amendment, we're striking that out as such. We're purely down to the two slates. Yeah. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. Councillor Davis.
Convener, have we addressed the issue of Councillor Dryborough in both the motion and the amendment? Because it's quite clear the Labour group, as part of their position, wanted Councillor Dryborough to have a position that they deemed to be in opposition to the administration.
I think the Labour group are quite comfortable with Councillor Dryborough remaining as Vice Chair of Audit and Risk. Is that correct?
That's correct. Okay, so we're...
No, hold on, Councillor Dryborough.
Yeah, as Councillor Marshall said, convener, that is an opposition position as far as we're concerned, and it's not a part of this report to get the chair or vice chair of the three new committees. It's already a position already I'm in.
Thank you, Convener. Through yourself, we'll proceed to the roll call on this, and just to again clarify the position, we've had a motion from the leader moving one slate for the current administration, and the very clear seconder from Councillor Davis, and I think it was clear. Yeah. Thereafter, we've got an amendment, apologies, from Councillor Stephen Thompson, and that was seconded, I think, was also clear for Councillor Hagman, and that's a slate with the caveat that we'll record the points from the Labour group on that. So we'll proceed to the motion and amendment if everybody's clear on what those are. Okay, Convener.
Motion.
Deputy Convener.
Motion.
Councillor Bell.
Motion.
Councillor Beretti.
Amendment.
Councillor Blake.
Motion.
Councillor Brodie.
Motion.
Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Amendment.
Councillor John Campbell.
Amendment.
Councillor Ian Carruthers.
Motion.
Councillor Karen Carruthers.
Motion.
Councillor Dashbar.
Amendment.
Councillor Davis.
Motion.
Councillor Dempster.
Motion.
Councillor Dennerley.
Abstain.
Councillor Dorward.
Abstain.
Councillor Dryborough.
Abstain.
Councillor Drysdale.
Motion, please.
Councillor Ferguson.
Amendment.
Councillor Giusti.
Motion.
Councillor Hagman.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Hill.
Motion, please.
Councillor Howie.
Amendment.
Councillor Hislop.
Motion.
Councillor Ingalls.
Motion.
Councillor Jameson.
Amendment.
Councillor Johnson.
Motion.
Councillor Jordan.
Abstain, please.
Councillor Little.
Amendment.
Councillor Lowe.
Amendment.
Councillor McCammon.
Motion.
Councillor McFarlane.
Amendment.
Councillor Mayo.
Motion.
Councillor Marsh.
Motion.
Councillor Marshall.
Abstain.
Councillor Scobie. Okay. Councillor Slater.
Motion.
Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Stitt. Councillor Stephen Thompson. Councillor Walters.
Abstain, please.
Councillor Wilson.
Abstain, please.
Councillor Wood.
Motion.
And Councillor Young.
Amendment.
Okay, as members will see, there's 20 votes for the motion, 13 for the amendment, and therefore the motion is carried.
Put the microphone on. Thank you. We now move on to 2.4 the recommendation 2.2, which was to make appointments of up to 8 new senior councillors' remunerated positions as an Appendix 2, taking effect from not the 28th of June, but 3rd of October. Such appointments will be made according to Standing Order 4.5.2. But we have a motion from Councillor Marshall. Could you just, or is it Councillor Wilson? Can you just reconfirm the motion, please?
Do you want me just to read the whole
No,
thing?
Councillor Vlad's just going to read it out.
All right, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Convener. I don't have it in front of me, but just to my take on it, and just to confirm with the group, is to reduce the number of senior councillors from 8 remunerated positions to 6 remunerated positions. I just wanted to put a caveat around that, which is I'm not sure what the financial regs are around it and whether that's specifically ring-fenced. So if that were to be the decision, that would be subject to that being allowed to be done, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to obviously breach any regs around it.
Councillor Wilson.
I appreciate it as in legislation. I did look it up, but we can choose not to appoint. Thank you.
Leader.
Thank you, Convener. I have a sympathy with what Caroline has proposed, and I accept that the financial position that councils have found themselves in. But thinking about the SLARC recommendations that Katie mentioned earlier on, and that there is this big, there's been a big review of council remuneration, and an acceptance that we're not encouraging young people and people who don't have the luxury of a second job into local government, the SLARC recommendations are going to go forward from 1st of April next year. But I think it has to be stressed that anybody who takes on a senior role in the council takes on senior responsibilities. It's additional time, it's additional work, which we're all signed up to doing and we're very passionate about. The allocation to the Tackling Poverties and Inequalities Chair was very deliberate. I've taken the Vice Chair of that as a non-remunerated post, because I think it needs some political leadership as well. But there will be additional work for the chair of that committee, and I think Councillor Ferguson's point around this committee has to have teeth, and with those teeth comes responsibility. So that's one reason why we did allocate a senior remuneration to the chair of Tackling Poverties. The second reason for allocating to employment and appeals is that it's a huge amount of work. I hadn't appreciated until I went back onto employment and appeals a couple of years ago just how much work the chair, whoever that person may be, has to do in employment and appeals. And I think it merits a senior remuneration as well. We're talking £10,000 here. I mean, it's peanuts, and where would we spend it? But it's actually, I think, disrespectful to people who are taking on senior positions with much greater responsibility and time commitments, not to recompense them for that. And as I say, I think it discourages people coming into local government for that very reason, that SLARC are now dealing with very special recommendations to ensure that we do bring more people into local government. So I would move that we do maintain the 8 senior positions.
Yeah, Vlad.
Thank you, Convener. Just through you, just to clarify, I think what could we just confirm that in terms of the leader is moving an amendment potentially in line with your slate. Yep.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, just a minor point on the list. So on page 116 and page 112, it was just a wee correction actually, because it was pointed out to me earlier. But on 20, where is it now? Point number 30, sorry. Chair Community Asset Transfer Subcommittee. I gather that's Community Asset Transfer Appeal, and that there shouldn't be an appointed chair. Is that right? I'm just sort of getting a bit of governance clarification. So if the relevant officer could explain what the situation is there. Thank you.
Nick, can you come in on that?
Thanks, Convener. Yes. Specifically, you need a rotating chair, because it depends upon the asset transfer under consideration, which area committee the matter may have gone to, and some members will be precluded from sitting on such an appeal, so it would be difficult to have a de facto chair, if you like. because they may well be debarred from sitting on some of those appeals. Not to say we have many, to be honest, but it is a factor to be considered.
Just for belt and braces. So it's and it's Community Asset Transfer Appeal Subcommittee.
Yes, convener. The panel meets in the event that a request for an asset transfer has been refused and a subsequent appeal comes in against that refusal.
It's just if we can correct it in those two places. Thank you.
Thank you. I think if you can update that and make sure it is correct. So I think we're in a position just to move to... We need a seconder. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hislop first.
Happy to second the leader's proposal.
Councillor Marshall.
Chair, just to come back, just with regards to something that Councillor McGregor said, and I appreciate now that even the saving is even less now, because if Councillor McGregor takes up that position, then it's only the chair, and the decision we took at the last item means that the chair of Employment Appeals Subcommittee will get a senior counsel along to now as well. So, but notwithstanding that, we still feel that the two positions shouldn't receive that, which would be a reduction in one. And I just struggle to find your argument for distinction between all those other existing committees like police and fire, and especially as we have a colleague who's chaired employment and appeals for the last 5 years with no senior counsel allowance. So I'd just like to make that point.
Thank you. So can we just move to the vote, please?
Thank you. Through yourself, convener. So we've got a motion that was proposed by Councillor Wilson and seconded by Councillor Marshall to reduce the number of senior positions from 8 to 6. And we've got an amendment from the leader, seconded by Councillor Hislop, aligned to the slate that is in front of members. So if everybody's clear on terms of the motion and the amendment. Okay, we'll proceed to the roll call. Convener.
Amendment.
Deputy Convener.
Amendments.
Councillor Bell.
Amendment.
Councillor Beretti.
Abstain.
Councillor Blake.
Amendment.
Councillor Brodie.
Amendment.
Councillor Doogie Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor John Campbell.
Abstain.
Councillor Ian Carruthers.
Amendment.
Councillor Karen Carruthers.
Amendment.
Councillor Dashbar.
Abstain.
Councillor Davis.
Amendment.
Councillor Dempster.
Amendment.
Councillor Dennerley.
Motion.
Councillor Dorward.
Motion, please.
Councillor Drybrough.
Motion.
Councillor Drysdale.
Amendment.
Councillor Ferguson.
Abstain.
Councillor Giusti.
Amendment.
Councillor Hagman.
Abstain, please.
Councillor Hill.
Amendment.
Councillor Howie.
Amendment.
Councillor Hislop.
Amendment.
Councillor Ingalls.
Amendment.
Councillor Jameson.
Abstain.
Councillor Johnson.
Amendment.
Councillor Jordan.
Motion, please.
Councillor Little.
Abstain.
Councillor Lowe.
Abstain.
Councillor McCammon.
Amendment.
Councillor McFarlane.
Abstain.
Councillor Mayo.
Amendment.
Councillor Marsh.
Amendment.
Councillor Marshall.
Motion.
Councillor Scobie, I think, is still not present. Councillor Slater.
Amendment.
Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Stitt.
Motion.
Councillor Thompson.
Abstain.
Councillor Walters.
Motion, please.
Councillor Wilson.
Motion, please.
Councillor Wood.
Amendment.
Councillor Young.
Abstain.
Okay, as members will see, we've got 10 votes for the motion, 21 for the amendment, and therefore the amendment is carried.
Thank you. So we'll now move on to item 12, which is a notice of motion, full access to bilingual education in both fluent English and fluent BSL. Report by Executive Director, Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. Before moving to the detail of the report, given its subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Committee so that we can discuss it? Are we happy to remove delegation? Agreed, thank you. Members are asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor John Dennerley and seconded by Councillor Emma Jordan. The notice of motion is attached at the appendix to the report. Gillian Bryson, Executive Director, Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing, is here to assist members with any questions. Councillors Dennerley and Jordan, please propose and second your motion, after which I shall invite contributions and questions from other members. Councillor Dennerley.
Thank you, Convener, and good afternoon, members. The purpose for this proposal is to see bilingual education in British Sign Language and English, and to provide that bilingual education in British Sign Language and English with through the mediums of being able to provide instruction and communication. This type of education is primarily aimed at students who are deaf and who both benefit from using sign language and hearing students interested in acquiring it. The core principles of bilingual education involve BSL and English. That includes dual language proficiency. Second, cultural inclusion. Third, accessibility, making sure that all children have the right to access BSL and access full education. Fourth, development benefits. Research shows that deaf children benefit greatly in terms of their education through having that support by having full language access. There are those legal protections too. The recognition and promotion of BSL is now recognised in Scotland through the 2022 BSL Act. And so it's not just a local initiative, but it is a global commitment and national commitment to make sure that no deaf children is prevented or disadvantaged. Bilingual education models like this can vary significantly. But we need to think about the curriculum and the inclusion of deaf children. And that whether it be reading, writing, that they're able to fulfill their full potential and not be disadvantaged as deaf children within education. As often that is the case. And so we want to see the right for British Sign Language to be used, that it's respected, and that there is empowerment, and that it's used as a tool to enable children from prelingual to high school, primary school, high school and so forth to have that full journey of having access to their linguistic rights. The Dumfries and Galloway Council agree that we follow through these points. You can see the points listed here. But in conclusion, the vision of a bilingual, bimodal future resonates with the mission to ensure that deaf children grow up with fluency in both BSL and English and be able to interact with other children, fostering a strong deaf identity, enabling them to benefit from choice, from birth, whether they be hard of hearing or whatever level of deafness, We recognise the need for medical involvement, but that children have linguistic rights and choice too, and that they can have full inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Convener, and good afternoon, members. I'm honoured to second this important motion brought forward by Councillor Dennerley. This motion will give our deaf community more opportunities to reach their potential and bring deaf and hearing communities together by breaking down barriers between deaf and hearing people. Let me share some key facts with you. Approximately 90% of deaf children are born to hearing parents, which can present communication challenges for both the child and the parents. About 5 to 10% of deaf children have deaf parents, and many leaders in the deaf community come from such families. However, all deaf people, as well as hearing people who value deaf culture, play a vital role in this vibrant community. We aim to help deaf children become proficient in both BSL and English by changing our approach to learning and incorporating deaf culture into the curriculum. This motion is about cultural inclusion and equity. We want deaf role models, more teachers fluent in BSL, and an expansion of BSL medium schools to ensure deaf people can learn in their native language. Acting now will build a bilingual environment where deaf students can thrive, promoting both their linguistic identity and better cohesion between the deaf and hearing communities. I fully support this motion, which will give deaf people the education they deserve and foster a more inclusive society. I respectfully ask all members to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jordan. Now, open up to any questions or comments. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much. When this first came to communities, I think about 2018, we supported it, but at that time we asked that they also should take cognizance of the number of people who have acquired hearing loss, who might then end up having to use sign language as a means. So, whilst I'm totally supportive of the motion, I think we need to widen this to include young people in particular who have acquired hearing loss or whose hearing loss is deteriorating as they age or get older, and that can be from primary age to secondary age, for example, you know, during puberty, a whole lot of different things. And all I would ask is that when the officers are taking this forward, that they look at lip reading, and they look at speaking to staff, so that staff speak to people with acquired hearing loss. I thought it was on. So that they can actually communicate as well. And yes, I totally agree. They should be moving towards having BSL as a tool in their armoury, if that's what they want to do. All I'm asking is that as a council, we consider looking at the entire population of young people, or in this instance, but all people, right, who've got some form of hearing loss, and how they communicate with council officers, right, how they communicate with the police, fire service, whoever it might be. So, totally supportive of John's motion. What I would just ask is that if officers can agree to actually do some work in terms of how we address those whose hearing is deteriorating over a period of time rather than being born deaf. Does that make sense? I see John's nodding, so I think he's got what I'm getting at.
Thank you. Councillor Dennerley, do you want to come in on that? And then we'll go to
Yes,
Councillor
thank you,
Hagman.
Convener. And I would fully support Councillor Ferguson's point that whether a child is born deaf from birth or young people with a range of hearing loss, then we need to be inclusive of all children with a hearing loss. Many children leave education with low confidence because they don't have the language skills to be able to cope post-school. And so the earlier the intervention from birth, whereby parents where if they have a child that is deaf or hearing, and as was mentioned by Councillor Jordan, 90% of deaf children are born to hearing parents. It's critical that there are British Sign Language courses made available for parents, for carers, family members, friends, so that communication is available so children grow up in an environment where there is sign language, so that when they do leave school, they have a confidence to be able to then go on and thrive. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I really am pleased to see this motion before us today, and absolutely want to support Councillor Ferguson in the expansion of this. There's 4 bullet points here, and clearly we're looking at teachers and schools, but if that can be expanded as per our plan that has been agreed, certainly the BSL awareness and training is captured. If that can be further strengthened, I think it's absolutely vital. I'm hugely aware of adults who have gone deaf as adults, and there's huge concerns for them in their social isolation, and actually from a medical point of view you're at far greater risks of things like dementia and Alzheimer's by going deaf. So, you know, it's absolutely vital that no one in our community across Dumfries and Galloway is left isolated due to their deafness. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions or comment? Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Convener. I was just wondering about there at the moment about university and colleges, etc., so that we have a connection, ongoing connection, because it's all very well if we agree today to take this forward at our own, you know, within our own schools, whether it be primary or secondary. You need to have a follow-on so that the child can improve as it grows up through life. So has consideration been given to that?
Thank you. Gillian.
Thank you very much, members, and I can confirm that Dumfries and Galloway College have been a signatory to the British Sign Language Plan that was agreed by this council just this year. I couldn't obviously guarantee that every further or higher education institution would have the sufficient numbers of staff, but certainly in principle and in law they should have that available to them. Practically, I think Councillor Dennerley would be the first to recognise that there are not enough British Sign Language teachers in Scotland, and that is something that we have been working with the University of Edinburgh to promote, and looking at easier routes for rural education authorities to promote BSL teachers. There are not enough of them, and it's something that we would like to address, and I suspect that other authorities will also be looking at routes for funding this too. Universities obviously need to pay for the development of these courses, and there will be a cost. There will be a cost incurred in this and in our engagement with that. But in principle, we must do this. We must ensure equity of access to communication. So happy to continue to work on the BSL plan and that.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Hislop.
It's a question of the mover or seconder. What sort of timescales are they looking to have this implemented in? You know, because they say they want it implemented. Is that as of now? Because, you know, a former secretary to the council used to say it was a great thing to say we're going to do something in the future because the future's 25 years away. So are we actually going to implement this prior to the plan detail? Because this is what John's brought forward. He's wanting to see movement on this. So are we looking at an earlier start to this process?
Thank you. Councillor Dennerley, can you give us an indication of the timescales you'd like to see?
Thank you, Convener, and Councillor Hislop too for that question. The BSL plan between 2018 and 2023 was a national plan, and there was a national consultation, but there was delay to that plan due to financial resource, and Jill is right and correct to mention that the BSL plan 23 to 2030 will hopefully have a timeline whereby education being included with it will have set targets whereby these things will be achieved.
Thank you. Gillian, have you got a timescale?
I think it would be useful to bring the plan back as an action plan. Clearly the plan has been agreed, but it may be helpful for members that we then bring some timescales around that plan, also taking on board the availability of staff and resource to inform members on any further decisions that may have to be taken.
Thank you. I think there's support for this motion. Councillor Ferguson?
Thanks. I think Gillian's right, actually, because it's one of these along a piece of string, and what kind of resources do we have available? I do notice in the report they're talking about teachers of the deaf, which is a very, very narrow field for people to work in. And I know that we had been training a number. I'm not sure if what Gillian suggested would give us an opportunity to actually see where we are with those trainees, and are they here, are they now working, have they stayed here, what the point once they've been trained, and what plans have we got to train some more. So I would welcome a report come back for Gillian, just setting out a bit more clearly where that could be, because I think John would be the first to admit that this isn't a finite process. You know, it moves. The goalposts move all the time, and I think we need to take account of that. I think, but other than that, wholeheartedly support the motion.
Thank you. So I think we're all happy to support the motion, so we're going to go forward with that. With John, we will need to incorporate a part about, as Councillor Ferguson suggested, about people that have became deaf, haven't they? Yeah, acquired hearing loss. So if we can incorporate that, I think that we're happy to go forward with the motion, and also with the commitment to bring a report back. So thank you very much. Thank you. So we now move on to item 13, which is the notice of motion. Why should our council be bog standard and provide bins for boys? Report by Executive Director, Economy and Infrastructure. Before moving to the detail of the report, given its subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from Economy and Infrastructure Committee so that we may discuss it? Are we happy to remove delegation? Yeah, thank you. Members are asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Andy Ferguson and seconded by Councillor John Campbell. The notice of motion is attached at the appendix to this report. Karen Brownlee, Head of Facilities, Waste and Neighbourhood Services, is here, and Nicola Simpson, Senior Community Assets Manager, is available on, it says Microsoft Teams, I'm sure she's right there, to assist members with any questions. Councillors Ferguson and Campbell, please propose and second your motion, after which I shall invite contributions and questions from other members.
Thanks, I didn't recognise the officer there because she's obviously got a suntan. So, been somewhere where we've not been. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, Convener, and to move this motion. I have to be honest here and declare a family interest in that I'm what Prostate Cancer UK call at-risk category, because my father and his brother both died from prostate cancer. So that actually puts me at the very high risk end. If I could live my life over, and I would have, or I should say, I should have seen the signs with my father who had his symptoms. We all now know that early identification increases the success rate of overcoming what is the most common cancer in men. Urinary incontinence is just one of the side effects of prostate cancer, but incontinence is not the sole domain of prostate cancer. There are many other reasons. I know that there is a very active link with the local Prostate Buddies group, offering support to men and their families should they have a prostate cancer diagnosis or are worried about their ongoing health issues, and I commend that initiative. The request does not interfere at all with the good work that's being done there. Rather, I would say it's a continuation to ensure that men have the same dignity if they are unfortunate enough to be incontinent or are suffering side effects of prostate cancer or other prostate problems. Research highlighted in the excellent Coving report shows men with high incontinence are missing day-to-day activities as well as major life milestones because of poor or in many cases non-existent sanitary disposal facilities. So the question is, why should we be bog standard? The toilet should be a safe space, and men living with incontinence should feel confident and supported whether they are in their workplace or out socialising with family and friends. That's why a major company, PHS, together with Prostate Cancer UK, have created bog standard, which effectively is a bronze, silver, gold way through, and that's very, very well put out in the report. It goes with this notice of motion. And what's quite clear here, that the guidelines are designed to educate and ensure businesses and the public sector are providing men with the facilities they need to dispose of incontinence waste with dignity. Some figures here that 78% of men felt anxious about accessing disposal facilities when leaving home. 64% of men have not been able to attend major life events due to incontinence. 34% of men found it hard to locate a bin in public toilets. 58% of men say their mental health has suffered because they missed life events. And 65% of men who get prostate cancer will become incontinent for a few weeks or months, or others will live with that condition forever. So to conclude, I'm urging Council to support this motion unanimously, agree to become bog standard starting immediately, which would, of course, would be entry-level bronze, and working our way through the programme. 2, install sanitary product bins in all male or dual-use toilets within all council premises as soon as possible, and that should be done using existing resources, not put off until we've got a budget set aside for it. And then 3, if we agree to refer this to the budget panel so that it can be taken forward as expenditure on an ongoing recurring basis. Thank you, and I'm asking for your support.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor John Campbell.
Thanks, Convener, and thanks, Councillor Ferguson, as the mover for this. I won't add a lot to it. It's an inescapable fact as we all get older. You know, the ailments come thick and fast. In some cases, more frequent visits to the wee room, no pun intended. However, I fully support the motion. I'm asking that all members in the council support this motion, and I see that Councillor Ferguson made a wee change to one of the recommendations which is actually in the report, and that's to fund this through this year's budget and an ongoing budget to support bins for boys. Happy to put my name and second that motion. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions or comment? Councillor Dempster.
I have a couple of just what we normally at budget setting process, and by the way, I support this proposal entirely. I'd like to add to it, but you know, I am of the belief that we should continue to maintain public conveniences because it helps support the travelling community, visitors to the community, etc., etc. This motion may well remove that, and I know Andy talked specifically, Councillor Ferguson talked specifically about the budget panel, but we can't go invest in properties that we're then going to shut in 6 months' time. So I would suggest if we're looking at this, it should not form part of the budget consultation, the closing of public conveniences, and that might stick in somebody's craw, but I think there's no point in accepting a motion and at the same time considering shutting the very facilities that this equipment be installed in. And I think the other thing is the same facility available in ladies' toilets, because there'll be incontinence in both genders, I would imagine. So as long as the facilities are right across the board, I'd be content. I just wonder whether or no, by making this an adopted agreement, that we remove it from the budget consideration in February or whenever it is. And I don't dispute that. I'd be happy with that. And I support the proposal entirely.
Thank you. Karen, can you help us out with that?
Thank you very much, Chair. Through yourself, if I can cover your last point first, Councillor Dempster, in terms of similar facilities available in ladies' toilets, I can confirm that there's normally sanitary bins within ladies' facilities across the region. Since writing this report, we're still doing further analysis in terms of numbers across both 58 public toilets, but also all council premises. And I can certainly take note of your comment in relation to budget development. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions? No. Well, Councillor Beretti.
Thank you, Convener. One of the things that quite a few months ago, almost a year ago, I did ask for a radar key so I could get access to disabled toilets. I'm not going to tell you why, but I think you can probably guess, although it's not serious. And I found that to be useful because it makes it easier for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ferguson, did you want to come back?
Yeah, just one thing, and thanks, Jim, for supporting it. Your view to support it. We need to look at this as a basic human right. Right? It's about dignity. Right? And that's why this has come. Yes, the company who are behind it, with Prostate Cancer UK, they've got an accent, in the mix here, absolutely. But we already do it. If you go to multiple along the other end of the corridor, there's a dual toilet and there's a ladies' bin. Right. You go into the gents there, there's no bin. Right. That's what needs to change. And whilst Karen and I had a discussion about this when she was writing the paper, this is about our own staff. This is about us. Right. If you've got somebody, and it's not an old man's problem, incontinence may not be an old man's problem. Some, yes, the vast majority will be older men or older women where that incontinence kicks in, but it happens to youngsters as well. Okay, so for me, it's just a basic thing we should have there, and we just go with it. And the bit I don't want to see is for us to agree today, and then it be kicked into the long grass until next budget time. Let's look, if there's any underspends in the right, wherever it would be, and I'll leave that entirely with the chief and the finance team, right, to find out where the hell we're going to get, how many do we need. Let's start with our own buildings first. Let's start with our own offices first. Once we've got that done, then we can look at the public toilets. And then move it out after that. It would be a progression, I would suggest, as we go through the bog standard process. Quite a clever name, actually, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so thanks very much, Convener.
Thank you. As you say, if we make a commitment to this, then it's a commitment and it gets carried forward. Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Convener. I thought you'd missed me there. I fully support the motion, although, as Councillor Ferguson said, it's not an age-related thing. Unfortunately, I'm not old anyway, so that wouldn't really matter. But one thing I think has to be borne in mind with this, and it's from my own personal experience, I think where you have disabled toilets, there's already fairly restricted space in these, and there are the bins that I assume would normally be in a ladies' toilet. They're obviously in disabled toilets, and I think that if we're looking at that, we really have to look at some sort of receptacle in these toilets that have dual function, so that you don't add to the already crowded space, especially for wheelchair use. Thank you for that.
Thank you. That's a good point. Are there any further questions? No. We'll just move on. I think we're entirely happy to support the motion unanimously. So thank you very much, Councillors Ferguson and Campbell. We now move on to item 14, which is a notice of motion, which is request for a lessons learned report from the returning officer to next full council concerning the delays in the count for the 4th of July general election. Report by Chief Executive, returning officer. Members are asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Linda Dorward and seconded by Councillor Caroline Wilson. The notice of motion is attached at the appendix to the report. The Chief Executive, returning officer, and Vlad Valiente, Assistant Director of Governance and Human Resources, are available to assist members with any questions. Councillors Dorward and Wilson, please propose and second your motion, after which I shall invite contributions and questions from other members. Councillor.
Thank you, Convener. I'm assuming that the amended motion has been put in and the title is actually different if you want me to read it out. Would that be useful? Close of motion, request for a lessons learned report from the returning officer to be disseminated to all elected members, followed by a seminar concerning the delays in the count for the 4th of July general election. That's the agreed amendment. Yep. Okay, now that that's been agreed, I'll go on to move the motion. Thank you. So we're grateful that despite the flurry of activity, to put it mildly, this motion and its subsequent press coverage appear to have set off, that you deem this motion to be competent and worthy of debate, as it should be in this democratic forum. As noted in our motion, the Labour Group recognise that planning for a UK parliamentary general election, especially one called at short notice, involves a great deal of work, most of it unseen, and requires a capacity for stringent oversight and the ability to deal swiftly with contingencies as they arise. For the record, what this motion is not about, it's not about accuracy. There were no issues with the counting process. It's not about blame. We've already written to the Chief Executive recording our appreciation of the outstanding work carried out by Dumfries and Galloway staff at all levels, pre, during and post-election period, nor is it about credibility. What this motion is about is a request to look forensically at planning, preparation, risk management, resource management and contingency management and other relevant processes, and at accountability, including ours as elected members, in order that we can ensure the electorate is kept fully informed about issues they have raised in relation to democratic processes in this region. To compare, the 2019 election saw results declared by 5 AM. And over previous years, timescales for the count have been broadly similar. But in 2024, results were declared in totality after 10 AM, 5 hours later. The Council cited postal votes, holidays, wide and diverse geographies, although these have not materially changed over the years, as issues. But these, we argue, are not really special circumstances and should have been factored into the planning and risk process. We are aware that the RO, the reporting officer, routinely carries out debriefs after each election, and these are shared with agents and candidates and with elected members, up to a point. But we would argue that the delays in this count process merit exceptional status and as such warrant a forensic review of process, planning and risk management to answer the question from the electorate, why did it take so long to declare in Dumfries and Galloway for the UK parliamentary constituencies of DCT and D&G. We hereby move that a report on the counting process over the 4th and 5th of July, including pre-planning and contingencies, and focused on lessons learned, is provided for elected members, and the opportunity for further discussion on this matter via seminar is also progressed. This should ensure we are better prepared in future, and as far as reasonably practicable, that delays of this magnitude do not occur again. I hereby move this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dorward. Councillor Wilson, you want to second the motion?
Thank you. Just to concur with Councillor Dorward, I think she's pretty much covered everything, but that we absolutely appreciate all the staff that took part at all stages leading up to and during the general election count. The delay in the count was exceptional circumstances that merits an exceptional response, which we hoped we will get back from the returning officer, and happy to second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to bring the returning officer in.
Thank you, Convener, and I am speaking as the returning officer for the UK Parliamentary General Election, rather as Chief Executive, because I think it's important that members appreciate that I conduct the role of returning officer completely independently, and the accountability for those of the returning officer for the UK Parliamentary General Election is not to the Council. There's no role for the Council in scrutinising any aspect of the election. Authority comes from the Crown, not the Council. The duties of the returning officer are conducted independently from my role as Chief Executive. And as Councillor Dorward has noted, and I think I would just want to make this statement also, it's important to note that the results were sound, there was no recount, and there has been no challenge to the results of the UK Parliamentary General Election in this area across the two constituencies. However, I do fully recognise that the count took longer than anticipated, and it is understandable that there is interest in the reasons for this and lessons that can be learned. A full debrief is underway. That is our normal practice. It's comprehensive and covers all aspects of the election, including the count. The legal position with regards to accountability is clear, and the advice of the Electoral Management Board for Scotland is also clear that there should be no formal report to full council or any other committee of council, and I have to accept that advice in full. I am, however, as stated in the report, content to share the key findings from the debrief with members alongside other stakeholders, importantly candidates and agents for the election. And I'm happy to do this once I'm satisfied that the debrief has been done comprehensively and is complete. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions? Councillor Little.
Thank you. I was just wondering, is there a time scale on that debrief and when we would have that information? Thank you.
The debrief was started in the summer. It's nearing conclusion, and there just needs to be a further level of scrutiny by myself and the Deputy Returning Officers around the findings, and then we should be able to bring that to you. I'm hoping within the next couple of months, but if there's any change to that, I will advise candidates and agents, and I will advise members accordingly.
Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, it's just in relation to the Chief Exec or Returning Officer. She stated that, you know, there will be a debrief and that will be passed out to members. I think within the motion, though, we also asked if it's possible to have a seminar, which I think is good because I think you can probably explain a lot better in a seminar and answer any questions that are maybe that members have.
And apologies for not mentioning that and referring to that specifically, Councillor Marshall, but absolutely more than happy to hold a seminar with members, and will involve the key personnel involved in that debrief. Thank you.
I think it would be beneficial for members as well to be more informed about the whole process as well. I think it would be very useful. So, if there's no further questions, we're happy to support the motion. So, no other comments. Thank you. So we've considered and we've approved that. So we now move on to item 15, which is minutes for approval. So hopefully we'll rush through this with any luck. The first item's Ann and Common Goods Fund Subcommittee, 22nd of May 2024. Do I have a mover and seconder? Thank you,
Chairman, Convener.
Do we have a seconder?
Happy to second.
Thank you, Richard. Castle Douglas Common Good Fund Subcommittee, 20th of March 2024.
Happy to approve.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Civic Government Licensing Panel, 21st of June 2024.
Happy to approve.
Councillor Davis.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Civic Governance Licensing Panel, 5th of September 2024.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
Economy and Resources Committee, 11th of June 2024.
Move. Second.
Thank you. Employment and Appeals Subcommittee, 23rd of August 2024.
Move.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Kirkcudbright Common Good Fund Subcommittee, 18th September 2024.
Happy to approve.
Second.
Local Review Body, 20th of June 2024.
Move.
Second.
Local Review Body, 25th of June 2024.
Happy to move.
Local Review Body, 22nd of August 2024. Andrew.
Move. Sorry, Chair, I've moved on the wrong one before. The wrong date.
Councillor Beretti, you're down to seconder.
Yes, I was. I was just waiting to hear what Councillor Giusti was about to say. Yeah, second.
Thank you. Nestale Area Committee, 11th September 2020.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
Pensions Subcommittee, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, just on this one specifically, and it's maybe just a question about what gets published in the minute. So, just looking at page 57, I think it is. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon, 58 and 59. So obviously, when we deal with exempt items in other committees, we will just publish maybe a summary of the decision without the detail. But in this one, I noticed that it talks about the various private companies and the amounts of money and the percentages, etc. I'm just wondering, just for clarity, is that what should be published? Because it does, obviously it's a decision that's been taken, but is there anything we need to be aware of in terms of what details were published in terms of commercial sensitivity? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any issues with that?
Sorry, Convener, I'm just looking at my colleagues who are maybe more involved in those particular ones to see if there's a view. If not, I'm happy to take that offline, Councillor Thompson, and look at it further and then come back to members on that point. But I see Tracy's maybe coming in.
Thanks, Flad and Convener. Yeah, it normally depends on what the decision was, whether the lead officer of that committee feels that that information can be shared in the minute publicly or not, but it's taken each on its own merit, depending on what the decision is at each meeting.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Thompson?
Happy is not the word, but no, it's fine. It's, as long as we're doing the right thing, basically.
Mildly content. So Pensions Subcommittee, 25th of June. So I'm happy to move. It's meant to be Councillor Hislop, but he's not here. I think Councillor Thompson could second that. He was there, surely.
I'll second it.
Or me. I'm proud.
Thank you. Police, Fire and Rescue Subcommittee, 24th of June.
Happy to move.
Review of Standing Orders Subcommittee, 10th of September 2024.
Move.
Second. Social Work Services Committee, 22nd of August 2024.
Move. Second.
Stranraer Common Good Fund Subcommittee, 29th of August 2024.
Move.
Second.
Whithorn and Wigtown Common Good Fund Subcommittee, 4th September 2024. It's been a long day.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
Wigtown Area Committee, 4th September 2024.
Move.
Thank
Second.
you. And we've got item 16, which is minutes for noting. We're happy to note. 17, any other business deemed urgent by the Chair due to a need for a decision. I have no other urgent items of business requiring a decision. So we now move on to item 18, which is Local Government Scotland Act 1973. Consider the adoption of a resolution to exclude the public from the meeting in terms of section 50A(4) and paragraph 6, 8 and 9 of part 1 of schedule 7A of Local Government Scotland Act 1973. We're happy to agree? Thank you. We'll now take 5 minutes for people online to move to a separate meeting. So we'll adjourn for 5 minutes. Thank you.